Good evening. Welcome to our October 6th School Board Work Session. The time is now 5:30 p.m. The school board would like to take this moment to respectfully acknowledge we are residing on the traditional land of the Dene people. As a community, we create supportive learning environments where all students thrive. Ms. Richardson, would you please call the roll?
Mr. Burgess,
Here.
Miss Carol Hubbard,
Here.
Mr. Doran,
Here.
Miss Julian,
Here.
Miss Maple,
Here.
Mrs. Burnett.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Up next is our discussion on Pearl Creek STEAM Charter presentation with Q&As. Members of the Pearl Creek STEAM Charter School will provide a presentation to the board with a question and answer period to follow. First, let me extend a welcome to the Pearl Creek APC. Welcome, guys. Thank you for being here. And just for the board's information tonight, the way that we will do this is we will allow Pearl Creek to go through their presentation, give out all of their information that we have, and then we will turn it over to the board for questions for you guys. Ms. Turman?
When we'd practice, we actually were thinking of pausing at the end of each section and allowing questions, just if there's things that want to be discussed right then that are relevant to what we just talked about. Is that okay to do that? Or do you prefer if we only take questions at the end? Maybe if there's just like an itching question about something we just said.
Perfect. That'll work out. Yeah, if there's something, yeah, there we go.
And then
Board
we
if
can
this.
discuss everything at the end, because I feel like sometimes right after something was said, and you're like, wait, I have a question.
Okay, excellent. Yeah, yeah. Besides that, then we will go ahead and ask everything at the end. With that, board, I will turn it over to Pearl Creek. Are we starting with Miss Wood or Miss Turman? Miss Turman, the floor is yours.
All right, great. Let's pull our slideshow up if we can. Okay, awesome. Well, good evening. Thank you so much for having us. Thank you, school board and community members that came out too. It's really exciting to be here. My name is Christina Turman, and I'm really honored and excited to present on behalf of the Pearl Creek STEAM Charter. This application has just been such a labor of love, and I do think, because this is just who I am and how I roll, before we even get into the application, I think it's important to address the elephant in the room, and that's to acknowledge how hard last year was. There was a lot of beloved schools, including Pearl Creek, that were closed, and that was really difficult for a lot of people. But tonight is not about standing up a school that once was. Tonight is about looking forward. We're not here to talk about school closures or the former Pearl Creek Elementary. Today, we're here to rise to the challenge that's been put before us. How can we build something new that strengthens education in Fairbanks? So everyone up here brings a unique strength and quality and kind of like field of expertise that they contributed to this application. And I think a lot of what I bring is just history and context, because I've been along this journey from day one. And so I wanted to start to just give a little bit of background for the community and for the school board for maybe parts that you haven't heard. And so, like I mentioned, school closures were hard. I was there from the very get-go, all of those first meetings. And I have to tell you, like, those meetings were rough. They were just like kind of full of despair, and there was like anger and fear and confusion. But what I want to tell you about is the first meeting we ever had for this school, for Pearl Creek STEAM Charter. It was in the Wood Center upstairs in the cafeteria area. And I had shot out an email and was like, hey, if anyone's interested in like seeing if it's possible to create the STEAM school as a charter, please meet me here, you know? And I went up there and I'm like sitting there and a couple people roll in, then a few more. And then I was like, oh, there was 10 more. And there was over 100 people showed up. And the wild thing about this was it was not just a bunch of disgruntled Pearl Creek parents. Like, people came out of the woodworks that I had never met before. There was community members, business owners, elders, people who work in the STEAM field. So like scientists and engineers, and just people who were really excited about this idea and wanted to contribute to the vision. And so I guess the other skill I bring to this board is my entire resume, I'm actually a coach. That's what I do. And so I feel like I've like went coach mode, and nothing excites me more than when a group of people come together to accomplish something they could never do on their own. And that is what like I started to feel and see right off the bat. And so there's this room of over 100 people, and I'm explaining the application process and how vigorous it is and how challenging it will be. But I'm like, whoa, what if we split up into committees? So is there anyone here that has like education background that maybe works in a STEAM field that would want to be part of a curriculum committee? And like 20 hands shot up. And that was the beginnings of our curriculum committee. And then it was like, okay, what about, is there anyone with like financial accounting background. There's a handful of people. All right, you guys want to start working on our budget? And then I'm like, well, why not? Are there any grant writers out here? And like 3 people's hands shoot up. And I'm like, this is so exciting. And so they start researching grants and then asking, like, are there people with editing skills or technical writing that can do the editing at the end? And what about, is there anyone who's passionate about accessibility and wants to be on like the equity committee? And a huge group gathered for that. And so I guess what's really important for you all to understand is there's like 5 people sitting up here with me tonight. But there's so many more people that went behind this application, and some of them are sitting behind me. And quite frankly, some of the people sitting behind me have more expertise, like because they sit on one of these committees. And so as questions come up, there's a chance we'll even call from someone in the audience to answer it because they might do a better job than someone sitting up here. But with that said, I should probably introduce these guys because they're doing the bulk of the presentation. So I'm going to start off by introducing Dr. Heidi Wood. Heidi is a mother of 2, and she's a physical therapist here in Fairbanks. She took on a leadership role for us, being the chair of our APC, so she did a lot of the organizing and keeping us on track. Super appreciate all the work she's done. Heidi will be presenting on some of the more general aspects of the application tonight. And then sitting right beside me is the lovely Shauna Henderson. Most of you know Shauna was the principal at former Pearl Creek Elementary. Shauna she's just like strong and smart and efficient and practical, but also warm and approachable. And students and parents alike just really adore her and trust her. But most of all, Shauna is passionate about innovation. So I can't think of a better leader for the school. And I think we all know you cannot have a good school without a good leader. So we're super thankful for her willingness to step in. And she's going to be sharing the details of like the curriculum and kind of the day-to-day operations of the school tonight. And then to my right, I have Dr. Katie Spellman. Katie is a mother of 2. Oh, Shauna has children as well. Yeah, 2 of them. So Katie is a mother of 2, and she has been an invaluable member of our APC. That's because she holds her PhD in biological sciences, and she works both as a professor and a STEAM educator. This woman like lives, sleeps, eats, like her life is STEAM. And so yeah, having her as a part of this has been so amazing. Katie's really going to speak to more like the general STEAM idea, why it works as an education model and why it's a great fit for our students. And then we have, let's see, down there in the plaid, that's Ben Loeffler. He's a father of 3 and the co-chair. So he took on a leadership role in our APC, our Academic Policy Committee. He holds his master's degree from Georgia Tech. He's working on his PhD, so I cannot call him Dr. Ben Loeffler yet. But he also works as a professional engineer. And Ben has really used his research and mathematical background to help us analyze not only our own budget, but also the greater implications to the district budget. And then all the way down to the end, we have Brooke Woods. Brooke is a mother of 6 and a scholar at the University of Alaska Fairbanks. She works with the Yukon River Intertribal Fish Commission, Permafrost Pathways, and various academic and policy initiatives. Brooke is well known for her work of integrating Indigenous knowledge and expertise with Western science. Brooke has been a part of our equity committee, and she's going to speak to some of the work that they have done. So again, as I mentioned, these are just 5 of over 100 community members who've contributed to the process of creating the application you will hear tonight. This has just really been such an inspiring and exciting journey, and I'm really excited to not only share it with the school board tonight, but to invite you to join in the collaboration. So to kick things off, we just want to start with our mission statement. And that is to create a STEAM charter school where students engage in interdisciplinary project and place-based learning, where they use critical thinking, creativity, and innovation to solve real-world problems and develop the skills necessary for a technologically advanced future. Our students will connect with local experts, knowledge holders, environments, and traditions to both learn from and also contribute back to their community. So this is sort of the order for our presentation tonight. For the most part, it follows the PDF that you guys have, and some of you might have the paper version in front of you. Yeah, so it basically follows that, and like I said, we'll have different people present different aspects of the application, and we will pause for questions like we discussed, just if there's anything that's, yeah, that you really want to know right there and then. Otherwise, we can do a more thorough question and answer at the very end. And yeah, you can go next slide. So again, I think before we launch in, just a little more background. One thing that we really came to realize as we developed the STEAM concept is that the charter model wasn't just a fallback. It seems like it's really a better fit. And that's because it allows the flexibility and the autonomy to innovate to the degree that we're really hopeful to do. And so, in that way, I feel like our charter school or the establishment of our charter school is no different than any charter that's come before us or any charter that will be established after us. Charter schools are developed when there's community members, teachers, and parents that are really excited and passionate about a new education model for their community. And they put in a tremendous amount of work to get a viable application together, to take all those dreams and turn them into a real plan. And that's exactly what we've done. But I do also, again, a couple other elephants in the room I'd like to acknowledge before we launch in. So the first being that we understand the financial climate and the opinions around surrounding charter schools today is very different than the last time this district opened a charter school. And we've taken that reality very seriously. I think some people see this as a reason to not open a charter school right now. We obviously see it differently. For us, it's these very issues that people have with charters and the financial climate we're in now that has really been like our North Star and guided us through this process. And from the very beginning, we've asked ourselves really hard questions. So that meeting in the Wood Center, when a bunch of people showed up, I stood up in front of these people and I was very, very honest. And I was like, listen, this is exciting, but I'm only interested in doing this if we can do it new and if we can do it well. And there's some questions we have to answer. And if we can't answer them, quite frankly, I'm not interested in being a part of this. And those questions were, how can we design a charter that is more accessible and more equitable? I asked, what will the true financial impact be to our district? I asked, how can we help bring students back into our district and bring enrollment up? And lastly, how can we ensure that student populations who don't currently have a large presence in charter schools don't just have access to our school, but are prioritized? And honestly, those questions right there, that was the challenge that energized us. And as we present tonight, I really hope you'll see how we've worked answers to each of these questions in meaningful and practical ways. So with that, I'm gonna turn it over to Katie Spellman, and she's gonna jump into kind of the STEAM education model.
Hi. I'm Katie Spellman, and I am one of the handful of researchers that actually quantify the effects of STEAM education model on students in Alaska. I've been doing that since 2015, so about 10 years now. We have data here that shows that this works, and STEAM, it is more than just adding art. Like you go into any good elementary classroom and you'll see that, oh, they taught a lesson on birch trees and they're studying leaves for science, and then they do a great art project as an add-on. A STEAM model is more than just adding art to STEM. It is encouraging kids to find the points of dialogue, inquiry, and critical thinking that exists in the in-between spaces. It's where the magic happens for solving problems in our community. And it's like, the April brought up this great example of, the observation of the burr on the dog, that then it gets sketched and then is observed and tinkered with and leads to the invention of Velcro. Like that's the in-between spaces. It's a holistic model for teaching. We know from there's a huge body of literature that shows improvements in test scores. It shows improvements in the higher order thinking skills and the 21st century skills of collaboration, communication, critical thinking. All these things are shown to have higher levels than the control group when you use a STEAM model. In my own work and the work of others, when you implement this model, I was a scientist in residence at North Pole Middle, and in collaboration with the school district, we did a study when we use a STEAM model and you add on metacognitive thinking. The students that were from free and reduced lunch tended to actually quantitatively performed better with the STEAM model than the control group. So we know that this has a greater effect on the students who need it most. I think I was a partner scientist at Denali Elementary when Tim was the principal there, and you go into a classroom and the kids who, I'm not going to reveal his name, but let's call him Billy. Billy at that school, he was at the lowest level of the class, test score wise, and we did a problem based project using the STEAM model, and that kid thrived. He said we got to call the government. It was on invasive species. We did. We had the government come to Denali Elementary and talk about policies that the students could help influence, and they actually changed how Fish and Game manages Kramer's Field for invasive species. And then I would get phone calls from this kid over the summer. I don't know how he got my phone number, but saying, "Hey, scientist Katie, my grandma, she's got the vetch." So like that personally, like some of these kids who struggle in a standard classroom, when you use a STEAM approach and when it's connected to problem solving, it can open up their minds. Our own Laura Karsten Connor, that last point there, her research, she's now the Vice Chancellor of Research at UAF, and one of my mentors, she found that it's not only good for test scores and critical thinking, but also for mental health. A STEAM mindset, when you practice it in a holistic way beyond just adding art into STEM, it quiets your inner negative voice and promotes creative practice. You can go to the next slide. When I started researching STEAM and measuring the effects of STEAM on students' thinking skills here in Alaska, NASA had me conduct a statewide needs assessment to look at what community members and teachers wanted from a community science model for our state. And I was like, I'm gung ho about STEAM and science, and what the results were. We used interviews and surveys. It was a very multi-pronged study, and the thing that stood out to me the most was when we did our interviews, people, especially from our rural communities, were like, science is cool, science is great, but what we really care about is the mental health of our students and suicide. And many of us sitting up here grew up here in Fairbanks and can name many of the kids that we went to schools with here who have passed. And so when we design, what the interviews told us was that when you design for a feeling of belonging in your community, that you are doing more than just STEAM. And so we are tracing back the design, a problem-based STEAM model, to those initial research foundations where people are calling for students to feel a purpose. And we ask ourselves, as we're talking, like, okay, what's this? How does this more than just like a few great teachers? I've been in every school in this school district doing STEAM programs. What's the difference between a STEAM charter and just great teachers doing STEAM on their own, which can have similar benefits? The difference is that when you have a like-minded group of teachers implementing together, you can enhance the professional development that builds upon the research that we have here in Fairbanks on our own population. To add the dimensions of a learning design frame that enhances the benefit of STEAM, and they get the professional development together to continue to build that and enhance it. And Shauna will share more on how we hope to share this with other school communities.
Before Shauna talks, I'm just going to highlight the organization and administration of Pearl Creek STEAM. At its foundation, Pearl Creek STEAM is rooted in the community. Our ideas and successes come from those we surround ourselves with. We are committed to access, equity, and choice, core values that guide our decision-making and our programming. As a charter school, Pearl Creek STEAM will function similarly to other charter schools in the area. We will be governed by an academic policy committee, which holds the responsibility and the privilege of advancing the school's mission. What an awesome and exciting responsibility. One of the APC's key duties is to uphold professional conduct, beginning with the selection of a principal. To foster collaboration and community input, the APC will hold monthly meetings and an annual all-school meeting. These gatherings are meant to promote community engagement, idea sharing, program development, and fulfillment of the school's commitment to the students, the families, and the wider community of Fairbanks. We do want to highlight the 20-hour volunteer commitment required as part of enrollment. That's been brought up before. Our aim is to offer flexibility. Volunteer hours can come in many forms at various times We will have a volunteer hour bank for families that need assistance to make this happen. We do believe that every family has something valuable to offer and contribute, and every skill set matters in order to make this a reality. As school board member Morgan Dulian said last spring, there's hope that schools like Watershed can uplift and mentor other charter schools. We aim to embody that vision right from the start. To more fully connect with the community, we've established committees of local experts that will integrate students into real-world experiences and bring the community into the classroom. These committees include the Curriculum Advisory Committee, a Grants Committee, and an Equity Committee, and we're working to establish a Student Experience Committee and an Elections Committee. This involvement, just like Katie said, gives students a sense of purpose, belonging, and ownership, foundational elements that foster confidence and connection to the world. Next slide. So we're going to talk about class sizes and how we structure them at Pearl Creek STEAM. First, it's important to clarify, we are not taking away from other students. Every child enrolled at Pearl Creek STEAM is entitled to their base student allocation funding. What we are doing is making intentional choices to prioritize small class sizes. For example, instead of placing 25 students or 30 in a kindergarten class, we are choosing to not have a full-time nurse. We are choosing to employ 1, not 2 administrative secretaries. These are hard decisions. You guys make them all the time. We know that. But they are made to keep our PTR low, something we know is best for kids and critical to providing individualized attention. To support these decisions, we will leverage family volunteer hours and our community partnerships to fill in the gaps where staffing might be limited. With that, we're at the end of part 1 of our application. If there's any burning questions, we can take them now. Otherwise, I'm going to turn it back over to Katie.
Any burning questions from the board at this time, or are we ready to continue? And before we continue, Ms. Wood, I'd like to take a second and recognize we have Representative Dibert in the audience. So thank you, Representative Dibert. We also have Assembly Member Kristen Kelly, and then staffers Dawson Mann and Paul Mankey with us as well. So thank you guys for joining us. I'm sorry, I just wanted to give some kudos out there for joining our meeting. Back to you, Ms. Wood.
Thank you guys for all coming. Katie, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Yeah, so we have the great pleasure of having served on the curriculum committee together. And we wanted to share just the foundational structure of how we envision the learning model there, which traces back to local research and statewide research, as well as national research here in Alaska, or national research in the United States. We build the program on the foundational, you see the concentric rings. So at the center are the student learning outcomes that you'll read in our logic model of what we hope to achieve. These are the same, some of the same learning outcomes that will be assessed in the student assessment section. We center student learning, and that's built on the foundation of diversity and equity values, family engagement, community partnerships, and community programming for beyond just the school community. The actual building blocks of the curriculum include the standards-based curriculum, STEAM explorations and labs, which Shauna will have the fun part of telling you more about, and inquiry-based projects that really focus on the in-between spaces where the critical thinking happens, and not just weaving and adding on arts into STEM. The capstone experiences are also traced directly to my work and the work of others on attaching a STEAM model to community problem solving. So each year has its own Fairbanks-centered problem that we are trying to address, that the kids will not just be studying, but be active agents of change. They'll call the government that be active agents of change in not just pretend, not just learning about it, but actually making a difference on those issues. So, Shauna. Oh no, research basis. Yeah. We know that when I've done a lot of work on different elements that enhance the STEAM model, and one of them is local problem solving. When you add local problem solving and things like storytelling and art, we have an increased chance that kids will see themselves as agents of change. You could read that in Spellman Costanvillano 2021 in Frontiers in Ecology and Education. We also know that this model increases teachers' long-term engagement. So people want to continue with this model, and it's a self-fulfilling, re-energizing part for teachers too, not just students. We also know from my own work and from work of the greats like Oscar Quagley and Ray Barnhart that when this model, and Brooke will follow up on this in her section too, when this model is embedded in a cultural framework and in a cultural context, that the benefits are also enhanced, and not just for students who are underrepresented in STEM, but all students. So that's where we trace the foundations of the curriculum design to some of this core research.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me okay? Okay, great. Well, first I want to begin by thanking you for allowing me the opportunity to present on the curriculum portion of our STEAM application. But before we dive into the details, I'd like to reinforce the sense of belonging that Dr. Spellman mentioned and how integral it is to the core of our curriculum. We began our curriculum writing journey with a team of nearly 40 educators, community members, and parents. They all contributed to the research, development, and provided invaluable feedback on how best to connect students with solving real-world problems. As Dr. Spellman noted, we understand that when students feel they are agents of change, they become more invested in their community, more apt to look outside of themselves and feel a part of something larger, and ultimately feel a deeper sense of belonging. With the sense of belonging at the heart of our work, the curriculum committee utilized the next generation science standards and the Alaska State standards to examine potential real-world problems specific to our local community. This work resulted in a robust curriculum, a curriculum steeped in local traditions, strong community ties, and entirely centered around STEM and STEAM. Additionally, as we were developing our grade level themes, I was struck by the feeling of abundance, abundant shared energy, and a collective commitment. We were and are all committed to ensuring students are at the center of the work and at the center of their learning, so they can embrace a shared responsibility for our community, be an active part of it, and truly belong. In a time when there can often feel like educational scarcity and a lack of community connections, this journey provided me with hope. It is together with the strong sense of belonging and hope that I'll now dive a little deeper into the Pearl Creek STEAM Charter curriculum. On this slide, you can see that STEAM exploration is at the core of what we'll do, and we will offer elective-like topics, again following robotics, science, art, technology, and engineering to all students in K-6. K-3, the elective courses will be heavily guided by teachers, and at the grade levels of 3-6, these will be student selected. In addition to that, we'll have half days of Lab Fridays, which will be dedicated to project-based learning, fieldwork, and hands-on experimentation. This will also allow us the opportunity to dive deep into the topics that are central to our STEAM charter. In addition to that, we'll do inquiry-based learning, where students will be presented with a problem, a real-world problem, and then they will make hypotheses and conduct investigations, all aligned to the next generation science standards. This will all be interwoven with reading, writing, and math. And each grade level will have a capstone experience that centers around a real-world problem, which there'll be a culminating field trip or action plan at the very end. To make this a little more tangible, I'll give you an example. So for our youngest learners in kindergarten, the real-world problem that they'll study for the year is food for our community. So some of the science content themes that it will directly relate to and directly relate to the Alaska Science Standards are animals, plants, and earth. Some of the sample Friday lab activities and field trips would be utilizing our Danakanaga program and guests to prepare traditional foods, visiting not only our garden at Pearl Creek, but other gardens such as Calypso, visiting the landfill, looking at food waste, and the food bank, looking at how we can support those in our community. We could also have our artist in residence program going strong and having guest artists and farmer like Ira Sutton come to the school and show us how to sketch root vegetables. With the capstone experience at the end of the year for our 5 and 6-year-olds, we will have a Fairbanks kind of community exploration where students will again learn from seed to plate the science of nutrition, how to grow food, and again, growing food right there in our local garden. And then for the technology piece of the STEM, looking at tools for food preparation, including Alaska Native technologies, and using digital storytelling, and also learning about simple machines such as a pair of tongs. This will all be kind of incorporated in our engineering piece 2, which will look at a design challenge. We'll ask our 5 and 6-year-olds to create a berry picker that limits damage to plants. Again, we want kids to really be at the focal point of the learning. For art, as I mentioned, we could have someone like Ira Sutton or Ira Sutton herself come in and showcase her work and work with students. And also for math, we'll have a measurement of food consumed, food wasted, and perhaps food that goes to the landfill. So that's just one sample of kindergarten. For each grade level, we have a theme that's based on a real world problem that connects to our community and then expands out to capstone experiences. At the 6th grade level, it looks very different than the kindergarten level, but taking a field trip to the Kenai Peninsula to study microplastics in our water. If we move on to look at our community partnerships, this is again really an important piece to the STEAM Charter. So we already have established partnerships with UAF and other local experts, but we're going to continue to grow that using people like the Department of Natural Resources, the Bureau of Land Management, Alaska Forestry, just to name a few. And then with that, we'll take field trips, have guest speakers come, and make these real world connection. Again, we want to build a classroom community that extends just beyond Pearl Creek Elementary. When we look at who would be allowed to attend Pearl Creek, well, as a public school, we would fully honor all students, including those that have IEPs or 504 plans, with a certified special education teacher and support services as needed. This is all based on education and educator excellence. Again, we talked a lot about place-based learning, so learning that happens right here in our local community. But I can't think of a better area than the Trothieta landscape that could provide this rich deep dive into our resources, curriculum, and engage in this hands-on real-world learning experience. Again, we'll have project-based learning, as I mentioned, with a real-world problem and then a capstone project to end. This was all going to be interwoven with reading, writing, and math. And we hope to have a mentorship program that will pair students with community professionals and UAF college students, including pre-service teachers that want to go into the field of education, really becoming a lab school. And then we would showcase all this work with family nights and our capstone projects. When we think about the interdisciplinary units that we will have, we also recognize there's some need for some foundational skills. So when we look at reading and math, we would like to use the Open Up curriculum, which is out of Harvard University. One of the reasons that was selected for the STEAM Charter was for its critical thinking skills and really taking a deep dive into how to solve problems using very 21st century skills. We'll measure our student success through many of the ways the district already measures student success for our 3rd through 6th graders, measures of academic progress. for our 3rd through 6th graders Alaska Star, our statewide assessment, and our assessment, Alaska Star assessment in math. For our younger learners, K through 2nd grade M class, but we'd also have unit tests, the end of those presentations, design thinking projects like the one described with the blueberry picker, student surveys, and school climate data. We'd also like to create a curriculum repository. As Dr. Spellman mentioned, this isn't just an add-on of a science class. This is something different and really requires a significant amount of labor by educators and parents. And so we are committed to sharing that curriculum and those lessons with other teachers in the school district. And in fact, we've also looked at having the school be, again, a lab school where other students and teachers can come and explore some of the lands that we have to offer, but also the lessons in our design makerspace. To talk a little bit further about English language arts, we know that the science of reading suggests that the 5 strands of reading are essential to students, which is phonemic awareness, phonics, comprehension, vocabulary, fluency. And so again, we'll use the open up curriculum, but also use Haggerty for that phonemic awareness piece and UFly, which is out of the University of Florida for the phonics. For older students, integrating that with literature circles, and again, those authentic texts that we'll be reading. For math, again, we're looking at problem solving. This will be interwoven with our capstone experiences, but also we'll be using that open up resource or curriculum out of Harvard that really does look at those critical thinking skills. Another reason that this curriculum was selected was it also had a nice balance of really mastering those basic skills that we know students need to have in order to be successful doing their multiplication tables. Again, our science, we're going to take a deep dive using the next generation science standards to help guide us along with the Alaska Science Standards and explore those real world problems, and that will end with that capstone experience. For social studies, the same is true. We'll use the state standards and the Alaska Cultural Standards, which does cover the history, geography, civics, and cultural studies with an emphasis on Alaska Native perspectives. For arts, as we kind of mentioned, it is a big piece of the STEAM, but not isolated. And so we want students to have the opportunity to showcase what they've learned through creative expression, such as digital media, visual arts, music, and performances. And we know students will have achieved what we're hoping when they show enhanced critical thinking and problem-solving abilities. Again, those skills that they're going to need to navigate the 21st century. In addition to that, increased proficiency in science, technology, engineering, and math as determined by the Alaska Star statewide assessment. The same is true for improved STEAM skills. As Dr. Spellman mentioned, we know that when STEAM is taught holistically in schools, that has a way to improve scores in all of the content areas, science, math, and reading. This will also lead to positive attitudes towards STEAM careers and allow for a potential greater diversity in STEAM pathways, as we know that is missing even here at UAF. Do I have any questions I can answer about the curriculum? They don't have to be burning, or you can save them for the end.
Any questions from the board? Seeing none at this time, please continue.
All right, I'm going to now look into part 2, section 4, which is education and educator excellence, or really the professional development. So what we'll do for professional development will be fostering STEAM in the classroom. So this isn't like you just get handed the lesson of the day that you'll be teaching. This is really involves a lot of teacher time, collaboration, and professional development in terms of that growing that science and STEAM knowledge. We'd use agencies like NASA, Globe Project, Project One Tree, Fairbanks Stormwater Agency, all to help develop that. But then, as mentioned earlier, we'd like to provide that opportunity for district-wide trainings that we would receive to other teachers in the district to really grow that STEAM focus. Have makerspace opportunities at our school for those design challenges, a place where kids can go and build and design. And then also have an outdoor STEAM campus for all students where students can come and harvest potatoes that maybe they planted at the Pearl Creek Garden. And then also having a lab school for future educators in STEAM pedagogy. So again, those pre-service teachers or those scientists connecting with the school. We'd also like to really work on securing funding, grant funding for STEAM training. We've already looked into quite detail and depth at some grants that would not only benefit Pearl Creek STEAM Charter, but benefit all kids throughout the district. So really helpful for everyone. But I want to get back to that idea of belonging. So as mentioned, that was really integral in what we did and how we designed the curriculum. But a big piece of that is that equity piece in the Pearl Creek STEAM Charter application. And so here to talk a little bit further about that is Brooke Woods.
Thank you. Our Equity Committee is a collective of parents, grandparents, language learners, and leaders in the community. We have developed an Indigenous immersion program that we cannot implement alone as individuals and have found the perfect fit at the PC STEAM Charter School, and along with community partners that support this work. Indigenous science and knowledge is critical to braiding into the STEAM model. It is holistic, nature-based, and with 10,000 years of lived experience that our current generation must carry on for the next thousands of years. This approach expands the current curriculum to incorporate other ways of knowing, teacher and staff training, and assessment models to include Indigenous knowledge, histories, fostering more equitable, culturally responsive learning for all students. Our model is one that we hope to share throughout the school district and one that invites students and community members from other schools. Next slide. We have made several exciting contributions to the current curriculum to provide culturally responsive learning. There is more than I can share today, so I'll just be focusing on a few. The ones that I really want to highlight is elders in the classroom, language immersion, cultural celebrations, and bus service. Our committee agreed quickly that having elders in the classroom would be impactful part of childhood for our students, and it would increase well-being, behavior, and most importantly, elders are teachers. Through volunteership and paid placement with A&E, elders are invited to be present in the classroom to support all students, teachers, and staff. There are few places for our children to learn our native language, making it challenging for the next generation to become proficient. We plan to undertake a long-term commitment incorporating native language into the PC model through partnerships with the University of Alaska Fairbanks Indigenous Language Program, Yukon-Kuskokwim School District, and potentially developing a practicum model for language learners to assist in the classroom. There is an urgent need for our language to stay alive, and we must create this learning environment for an everyday classroom experience. Furthermore, studies have shown that learning a second language provides cognitive benefits by increasing memory, attention, problem solving, and multitasking abilities. Language learning helps students embrace and respect other cultures and builds a deeper connection to the community. We plan to have full weeks of traditional skill lessons and learning seasonal traditional practices, which typically are limited to one season for many children, including mine. This is often done in villages as culture camps, being out on the land, generational exchange, and subsistence activities. It is an opportunity for children to learn skills like hide tanning, skin sewing, processing moose, kuspak making, sharing, and learning traditional values and skills that we consider science, technology, engineering, art, and math. We plan to provide bus service for kids from some critical locations to eliminate barriers to an educational opportunity like Pearl Creek. And we'll be working with Migrant Ed Program to provide transportation from the Fairbanks Native Association, Chief Andrew Isaac Clinic, and TCC's Chief Peter John Building. While the Native community is not the only community who struggles to access charter education, our kids are the largest minority and being left behind in our district's recent test scores. We are truly committed to support access for kids to attend the Pearl Creek STEAM Charter School. Next slide. I wanted to briefly read a letter that was submitted by the Equity Committee. My friend Heidi will be speaking to the importance of the land later in the presentation. The Native community of Fairbanks has important and longstanding ties to the land where Pearl Creek is located. While it is well understood and acknowledged that the greater Fairbanks area is the unceded lands of the lower Tanana Dene people, meaningful acknowledgement of Indigenous relationship to place must extend beyond recognition, which is a wonderful opportunity that the PC will provide. A vision for a place of learning where each fall we bring our children together from our respective communities to learn from each other and the land while our hands are engaged in the work of harvesting is not an idea first or best articulated in an application, but we strive to make this a reality. Where we send our children really matters. There is value to coming to this place to learn that our ancestors understood and that we honor. And now we ask you to honor this by allowing us to continue the traditional use of these lands to educate our children and the children of the community. Too often it is Native children and Native people who are excluded from conversations about what happens to our families and lands and what shapes our future. The process of school proceeds with much talked about us and very little with us. Too often, the best opportunities in education are not accessible to children from our community and other minority communities. While we cannot rectify the closure of Pearl Creek, we can move forward and build something new on the foundation of the recent community history and ancestral wisdom. We can build a school that understands the significant value and history of the location and a deeper connection to the Indigenous learning models. And I just want to say that I've been a part of the school district for several decades, and I have several more to go. And this is the first time I have felt like my children and their peers would be provided an education that includes Native language and cultural teaching throughout their educational journey. And this tremendous learning and life experience is one that many of us in the room didn't have. Thank you.
Do we have any questions before we go forward to admissions?
Any questions from the board? Seeing none, continue.
So I'll briefly talk about admissions and enrollment. Again, we are open to all K-6 students, both in and outside the district. There's a tiered lottery system. It starts with children of Pearl Creek STEAM Charter staff and founding members. To be a founding member, you need to contribute 40 hours of volunteer work. Again, this can look many different ways. Then it goes to students enrolled at the Pearl Creek 2024-2025, and then siblings of currently enrolled students, Title I or migrant ed students, and then open lottery for all remaining students. Do you have any questions about admissions and enrollment?
Seeing none.
Okay. Excuse me. Now I get the pleasure to talk about our learning environment because while a school is more than a building, where we send our children to learn truly does matter. The Pearl Creek building is located on nearly 28 acres of forested land, surrounded by an additional 120 acres of undeveloped borough land. This is a powerful and inspiring space where students can learn in and from nature. The land is not only beautiful, it's also historically and culturally significant. Our school is on and adjacent to Trothyeta, a traditional Athabascan gathering place and a site of deep learning and community near Fairbanks. This space is a living classroom, deeply connected to Alaska's environment, heritage, and future. Next slide, please. The building we plan to occupy was designed to be a school. It has classrooms and educational support spaces. While we recognize that the building's condition was one of the reasons Pearl Creek Neighborhood School was closed, the situation has evolved. The building will be turned over to the borough in December, meaning the school district is no longer responsible for the lease, which was a concern earlier. All major maintenance will be handled through the capital improvement plan, which does not impact operational school funding. With this in mind, the concerns about the building and funding impacts are being resolved. Our focus can now remain where it belongs, on student learning, safety, and success. And with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Christina to talk about transportation.
All right, thanks, Heidi. So Pearl Creek STEAM School is really committed and excited to pursue long-term solutions for transportation and making sure this isn't a barrier to any student being able to attend. In our current application, you'll see that we have the Fairbanks North Star Borough School District Policy BP 3540. And that policy is what's been standard and used at all their charters and essentially offers transportation to charter students along existing bus routes on a space available basis. So that's our starting point. And we know we want to work with you as closely as we can to get as many kids on those existing bus routes. But the way we see it, transportation is a pretty big puzzle, and it's really hard to solve a puzzle before you have all the pieces. So when students actually enroll in our school, they will be giving us their address and then whether or not they're able to attend, like if they need transportation to attend or not. And at that point, we can actually start to solve the puzzle and see, okay, realistically, where could hub pickup points be? How many bus routes total would we need? There are things though, and there are grants that we're looking into that could help fund this as well. But there are fortunately some things we have been able to address right in the application that we're looking at tonight. And the biggest thing is that before and after school childcare, and we did in our intent to enroll survey, we asked parents what are the biggest barriers for you, and it was surprising. Most parents actually prioritize this even above bus routes, and someone into great detail explaining like, listen, like a bus is great, but it makes me nervous to leave my second grader out in the cold dark and like not, if I have to go to work. What's really even easier for us as working parents or a single parent is to be able to make sure we have really quality childcare that works within working hours. And that is something Thrive Alaska is wanting to partner with Pearl Creek STEAM and offer that from 7:30 a.m. to 5:45 p.m., which is a unique thing that currently other charter schools aren't offering. And one thing that makes us really excited about this is it's really high quality childcare, and also they offer subsidized tuition. So for parents who qualify for any federal, state, or tribal subsidy, that can either offset your costs or even cover the cost of your childcare through Thrive Alaska. So that's a big piece to making our school accessible. And then another thing, so there's a lot of things that are going to be wildly different. I think if this school does open, a child who went to Pearl Creek Elementary and then comes here is going to be like, oh, this is a new school. This is very different. But there are certain traditions and certain things that were really working well, and one of those that we will carry on. And one of those is definitely our after school enrichment program. That was a really wonderful program that was parent led, and it was these after school clubs. They were usually 6-week sessions, and it costed $25. You could get it waived if you needed to. And they varied. Like you could do sewing club, there was community service club, there was flag football, battle of the books. My child did improv comedy, and let me tell you, that end of session show was something that you don't want to miss. So we plan to continue that, which is another really fun and practical way to offer accessibility and after school childcare. And now we're going to move into financials, and Ben will be doing the majority of this. So
Great,
take it away.
Thanks. I guess we can go to the next slide. So for financials, I'll present both our budget for the school and our analysis of the impacts of the school on the district. For the school budget, I'll be presenting screenshots from Appendix I of our application. I'll run through the numbers and show that we can deliver the proposed school within the existing funding formula for charter schools. And these numbers are based on conversations with both the district administration and DEED. And so here you can see that for our target enrollment of 352, we're expecting expenses and revenues of just under $4 million next year under the current funding formulas. Next slide, please. Looking at the revenue side, we have the base student allocation, 50% of excess local contributions, and also the one-time state charter grant funding for the first year of operations. And then out of that comes the administrative overhead of 4% for the district. And I do want to note here that, I think amongst us, we are supportive of advocating for a higher percentage rate in statute. And so, going forward, we want to make that right and make that fair between charter schools and the district. And then furthermore, on the revenue side, we're open to exploring ways that Pearl Creek can support district enrollment outside of the charter. So perhaps, offering course enrollment opportunities with best homeschool or options like that. So we're keen to explore revenue options on the revenue side. Next slide, please. Or did I skip one? Sorry, is this 42 or 40? Could you go back one? Sorry. Nope, that was right. Next slide, thanks. So on the expenses side, a big thing I want to point out is that roughly 75% of the budget is on staffing. And so that goes towards a principal and a single office admin, 16 teachers and 5 assistants for 16 classrooms, a special ed teacher and a special ed admin, a counselor, a librarian, gym and music teachers, and then a budget for substitutes. Next slide, please. And then the remainder of the budget is for services and supplies. On services, we're budgeting for the facility lease, repairs and custodial, student travel, and curriculum services. And then under supplies, we're budgeting for classroom-specific supplies, durable curriculum, supplies, furniture, and technology. And I'll note here that in this first year of the budget, the durable curriculum and the furniture budgets are increased to make use of that year one state funding for startup. Thanks. Next slide. So on the financial impacts, as Christina noted at the beginning, one of the persistent concerns and sources of opposition to this charter application has been that the district simply can't afford it. And those of us working to open this charter are huge supporters of public schools and of brick and mortar schools in particular. And so we've worked pretty persistently to better understand exactly what the financial impacts of our proposal are. And so sort of as just a starting premise, just from the district budget sheets, it's clear that the district receives far more revenue per student than is allocated to charters under the formula by a margin of about 32%. And I'm going to acknowledge there's a lot of nuance here. I'm not claiming that that's all money saved or overhead. It's not right or wrong. I simply want to highlight that discrepancy that we really want to understand that fully and openly so that any investments in charter schools can be fairly weighted and considered by the board. Next slide, please. So I'm going to present our analysis of financial impacts, and hopefully this can be a starting point for discussions. And I'm going to look at 3 main areas: the impact of the proposed charter on expenditures, the impact of the proposed charter on revenues and enrollment, and then the impact of the proposed charter on what I'm calling retained funds or funds available to other schools. Next slide, please. So on the expenditure side, the opening of Pearl Creek STEAM Charter would undeniably result in new expenditures that would be duplicative of expenses at existing schools. And so we got to meet with the district administration that, and they estimated our facility costs would be around $450,000 a year. And so that's undeniably a new cost. Similarly, a new principal, a new admin is duplicative to about $300,000 a year. And finally, we were told that, in previous school openings, the number of classrooms reduced at nearby schools was only about half the number of classrooms created at the new school. And so about half of your teachers are going to be new positions, and about half of them are actually going to move from other schools. And so that adds up to about $1.4 million in new teacher salaries for the district. I'll note here that does likely have the effect of reducing PTR at existing schools where classrooms don't go away. But in total, I come up with a conservative estimate that the newer duplicative costs of the new charter are somewhere around $2.15 million. Next slide, please. So next I want to look at revenue, and I do think that opening Pearl Creek STEAM Charter would generate some new revenue. With no new enrollment, we calculate the existence of the charter would likely increase the school size multiplier to the tune of about $340,000 in basic needs entitlement. While we've also recently identified over 50 out-of-district students that would apply to enroll at Pearl Creek STEAM Charter if only 10% of the students at the school were new enrollment, that would increase the basic needs entitlement by another $266K. So with school size factors and a modest amount of new enrollment, it's likely there would be around $600,000 in new revenues to partially offset some of those new expenses. Next slide, please. And finally, there's what I call retained funds, which are funds that the district receives that it appears would serve these students if they remained at neighborhood schools, but do not serve them if they go to charter school. And to me, it appears these have the effect of being money left in the pot, which should be seen as additional funds for neighborhood students. And so if there is disagreement on my assessment of these retained funds, then I think that deserves an open and detailed discussion. So I think most folks have agreed that the 4% retained for overhead does help offset the cost to the charter school. And so in this case, that 4% is about 150K. I also think it should not be contentious that the district retaining 50%, which is about $280,000 in excess local contributions, is also sort of an offset like that 4%. Although I acknowledge that excess local contributions are likely to change year to year. It also appears that CTE funds, non-deductible federal impact aid, and correspondence revenues are used by the district and don't follow the students to the charter school. Let's see. And so looking at this, I see this amounts to just over $700,000 in retained funds, and this does not include rental revenues or budgets for transportation, nutrition, activities, which can now be shared amongst theoretically fewer neighborhood school students. So I hope these details can be carefully and publicly considered when discussing whether the district can afford to invest in new charter schools. I think I've got one more slide. Next slide, please. So in summary, with what I believe to be conservative cost and revenue estimates totaling these costs, revenues, retained funds, I see that the net financial cost to the district for the charter school would be close to $830,000. I think this is based on conservative out-of-district enrollment numbers, no add-on effects on enrollment from rolling out our STEAM curriculum to neighborhood schools. And so to me, the question I see is this investment in the best interest of our school district and our community? Does allocating about 0.36% of the FY26 budget to an innovative and exciting school that the community both desires and is ready to build pass for a good investment? I also want to note with the assumptions I presented, my estimate is that new out-of-district enrollment of just 51 students would make this charter break even on district financials. So we don't have a break slide here, but I can take burning questions or I'll pass it back over to Christina for our closing slides.
Anything at this time or wait till after? Continue, you guys. Go ahead.
Sorry, we should have just had questions at the end. We thought it might be like, oh, I really want to hear more about that, but this is great. Okay, so moving on, there's a few other data points that we think are important to look at. So we put out basically a Google survey. I do want to preface that among all the committees we also have this really gung-ho marketing committee that we've been like holding the reins on for 8 months because we're still a hypothetical school. So we've done some pretty modest, like basically Facebook and emailing to try to circulate our survey. The moment we get approval, I'm sure they'll go wild. But from our latest survey, which these results were, I guess, from when we sent the slide deck in, so a week ago, there was 342 students who intend to enroll in Pearl Creek STEAM in fall of 2026, if it were to open. And 52 of those students are actually from out of district, which is funny. When we got together to like combine our slides, Ben read his and I was like, what? Seriously? We're at 52 right now. So that was exciting for me to realize. Also, I want to specify those 52 out of district. They're not like incoming kindergartners, therefore not in district. There's a handful in private school, but the majority of them are people that would transfer from, it looked like IDEA, Cyberlinks, and Raven homeschool and to our school. So that's kind of where those numbers come from. Go ahead. Another important piece of data I think we have to acknowledge is just the current wait lists at other schools of choice. So you guys are probably familiar with these, but most of them are over 100. We have Barnett and Watershed at over 400. So the demand and desire for a school like this is pretty obvious. And then the final and I think probably most critical piece of data for us to look at is the district's overall loss in enrollment. As we all are aware, 338 elementary students recently left the district. And then this statistic is pretty wild that 27% of students living in Fairbanks homeschool. That's the highest in the nation. And I think the the more critical percentage, though, is that 75% of that group are choosing a homeschool outside of our district. And that is well over $30 million of education money tied to Fairbanks students that is not coming into this district. And you guys all know well enough now, like I'm a really big advocate for an increase from state funding. It's very clear to me that like their funding has not matched inflation. No one's going to argue that, but I think it's important that we realize there's two sides of the coin. So we have state funding and we also have our enrollment numbers. And it was really sad for me with like that fight for the BSA increase. And then unfortunately not seeing it translate. I know it was a modest increase, but it didn't translate into any meaningful change in our district because every dollar simply was filling the hole left by the continued enrollment decline. So it's kind of like the raise didn't happen. And I just feel like we're at a point where the only way we'll solve our district's challenges is to reverse this enrollment trend. And I just don't feel, personally, I don't know if dropping PTR in classes by 1 to 2 students is going to bring like a flood of families back into the district. I think what will bring people back in are some new, innovative, and exciting education options for their children. And so, okay, thinking about how to kind of close off the slideshow, what we wanted to highlight, I thought we'd look at some of the main strengths and some of the main opportunities that I think Pearl Creek STEAM could provide our community. And first and foremost, Shauna went into great detail and so did Katie. We really believe that this is a fantastic education that we could offer. So we're most excited about the STEAM education itself. And then, like I just talked about, Pearl Creek STEAM can really be used as a tool to draw students back into our district. We know that families want more choice right now. Those wait lists attest to that. It's another big thing, I feel like, a big benefit of the school. And then kind of looking at community, I think that's really the heart of the school. We're built from it. We're committed to continuing to expand our community and making it as welcoming and as accessible as possible. And then lastly, we really do believe, like Ben said, this is a smart investment for our community, for our children, for our future workforce. And if these ideas sound familiar to you, it's likely because they're not just similar, they're actually identical to the district's strategic plan for the next 5 years. So the Fairbanks North Star Borough School District has stated that the very pillars of the strategic plan and the goals for the next 5 years are first and foremost achieving educational excellence. And like I said, we really believe in STEAM. We believe it works, and we're confident that adding the school to the district will help achieve pillar number 1 of educational excellence. Pillar number 2 is supporting access and choice. And yeah, parents are looking for options, and unfortunately, when they're not finding them, a lot are leaving our district. That large percentage of homeschoolers shows that. So this is a great way to support choice, and not only choice, but access to that choice. And access in multiple ways, like giving flexibility in parent volunteer hours and having that parent volunteer bank. So the third pillar is partnering with our community. And for me, I thought about this, and I really see our application and this proposed school as having 4 different types of partnerships. So first off, I believe it's really a partnership with the district. So the application that we've turned in really is, and it reflects a meaningful collaboration we've already had with the district. Last spring, we received some meaningful feedback. Obviously, first and foremost, turn your application in earlier. And so we took that very seriously, maybe too much. We turned it in like the first day in July. And then that felt like it was like making the process too quick, so we pulled it back. But yeah, making sure that we did get it in on time, like as timely as we could, so that you guys had time to figure out budgeting and staffing, get those things sorted out. We also received guidance about the school size. In our initial application, we had kind of a range, and there was some concerns from the district. The low range, they weren't certain that we would actually have a sustainable budget for our own school, and the really high range of like 520 some students felt like too big of a pull from the district. So what you see is a compromise. The 350 felt like kind of right in between, hopefully that sweet spot that works for everyone. And then lastly, well, this fall, we were advised to like plump up our curriculum, and we were so happy to do that, and that was such good feedback. It was really exciting for our curriculum committee to get to kind of flesh that out more. So and then most recently, having some conversations with the district about partnering in advocacy and really pushing to raise that 4% that a district withholds from a charter school. And even looking outside the box, if for some reason that legislation can't pass, like how can we maybe work together to offset finances. So, yeah, we've taken all the feedback really seriously and we've made adjustments, and what's before you is already a reflection of partnership. The second part of partnership is obviously partnership with families. So we all know there's no secret that often the most successful students are coming from families who are actively engaged in their child's education. Parental involvement is obviously a part of the DNA of a charter school. And ensuring that there's flexible options and opportunities for caregivers, I think, can be a really helpful thing. You've heard a lot tonight about fostering students who see themselves as agents of change. And this school really gives parents the same chance. It allows parents to be a part of something new, to help solve a problem and contribute to their community in a meaningful way, and then model that engagement for their child. I've definitely received some feedback where people are like, okay, charter school is just going to pool all these parents who are involved as it is. And I think we have to acknowledge like a truth, at least for myself. Just because I know something is good for me does not mean that I do it. So I look at exercise like it's like I should, you should do it every day. It's really hard to do without accountability. You often sign up for a class or you hire a coach. But a charter school, it like allows that structure and accountability and expectation to ensure something happens that we all know is valuable. And I see that as a really amazing gift that a charter school can actually give a child, because it draws their parent in. And I can speak from experience. I think you would all agree I'm a pretty involved parent, maybe obnoxiously so. I had my kids in a pretty traditional preschool for a while. And I'm not gonna lie, I'm like, drop them off. Like, I could have filled out parent volunteer paperwork. I could have been a part of it. They probably would have loved it. But I was like, I'm doing my own thing. And then we switched to a co-op preschool. And initially I was like, oh, I'm gonna like, now I have to be like, this is gonna take away from my me time or whatever. But it was such a gift to my children. And to be honest, like I wasn't going to do it unless it was part of the structure. So I've experienced that firsthand at the preschool level. And yeah, it's exciting, I think, too, to develop a school that that offers ways to get involved, and not only to give but also to receive support. It really invites everyone in. So um yeah, then let's see, the third partnership that I really see happening with this school is partnership with our greater community. So our plan is really built around a lot of intentional collaboration with the broader community, from the University of Alaska Fairbanks to local scientists, engineers, artists, musicians. There really have been a lot of professionals across Fairbanks who have reached out unsolicited to us, just really excited, and they want to contribute to the vision. So the enthusiasm is real and the partnerships, they're ready. And then the last partnership is probably the most important, and that's a partnership with you guys, the school board. Tonight, as I see it, you have an opportunity to choose collaboration and to take what was once a point of pain and turn it into a point of pride, to transform a school closure into a story of renewal and hope. And I am, and I think I speak for everyone, we're really genuinely excited to finally reach this stage of the process where we can listen and we can learn and work with you all to strengthen the application so the school can be something we're all proud of. And the final pillar is investing in our people. So I don't really see opening a school as just simply a financial decision. I think it's also an investment to children, families, and the future of the Fairbanks community. Like we've hammered on, we know and believe that the school really will bring kids back into our district. And I think that's so important because at a time when resources are limited, leveraging a charter's model of built-in parent and community volunteer hours, it's just really smart. It's wise. It's a practical way where we can give our students more, and that's what we all want. So giving them more opportunities, more support, and more connection at no additional cost to the district, leveraging those volunteers to do that. It's really the kind of forward-thinking investment that our community needs right now, and it's one that multiplies impact. It will build a relationship, and it will strengthen public education. So with that, again, just thank you so much for being here tonight, for allowing us to present. And like I said, we're looking forward to working closely with you. So we can get into questions now.
Thank you very much. Before we get into questions, we will take a brief recess, and then we'll come back and start with our communication back and forth with Pearl Creek. Like 10 minutes. Yeah, 10 minutes. Let everybody, there's 4 stalls in there. All right, welcome back from recess, and now we will dive into our board questions to the APC, and I see Miss Carol Hubbard's hand.
Thank you. And thank you for your presentation. Thank you for all being here. By the way, STEM, STEAM, and STREAM, that's all good stuff. And that's all excellent education stuff. So thank you for putting that together. It's good for our students and it's good for our community. I do have a question. I'm curious about your lottery system. I'm curious about having a weighted lottery system that prioritizes all of the attendees from the prior school year and their siblings. Can you kind of explain a little more about how that works and how that would be considered, I guess, fair and equitable for the community?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I think it's one of those things that you have to kind of do a deep dive to like, okay, how does this make sense? So we did a lot of research and found that we are definitely not the first charter school that's being developed out of a school closure. And this is best practice. It's what almost across the board we found has been done. And the reason for that actually is equity. And that being, I touched on this earlier, there's like the stereotypes, like, oh, the overly involved Pearl Creek parents, we are them right here, right? We're all founding members. So we are going to be part of the school as founding members by including the students who are attending when the school closed. That includes all students. And we had almost 100 Title I students at our school when it closed. And we have heard directly from those parents, a lot of them who really want to be a part of the school. And I've heard firsthand from parents who came up to me that are in that category, and they're like, hey, I don't know if I can get the founding member hours. I don't really know what I can give to the application process, but the moment the school opens, like, I want to shovel snow. And another parent was like, I'm a carpenter, like, I don't know how to contribute to the application, but I really want to build birdhouses with every class. And so what it does is, one, it does allow like some continuity for community, and then it just makes sure that the whole student population has equal opportunity to stay at that school that they were used to, if that makes sense. And so that is best practice, and that's traditionally what has been done.
Follow up?
So I guess I wasn't referring to you mentioned the 100 Title I students from before. I guess I wasn't really referring to Title I. I was more referring to the entire community of the Fairbanks School District.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and so again, this is just best practice. It's what we found is traditionally done, and so it seemed like going along with what has been done historically, both federally and in our own state. We've seen examples of this, and then we believe that really the place where people like enter school is kindergarten, and capturing people back in the district is going to happen at that level when a parent is looking, what are my options? And so our enrollment is actually set up where we have only 2 classes of 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th grade, but we're starting with 3 classes of the kindergarten and 1st grade level to allow more students to come in at that point. Yeah, and I mean, our hope is to give families choice, and obviously that means some people who went to Pearl Creek, they're very happy where they are now, and they will not choose this, and they don't have to because it's a choice. So that will leave openings and options for other students as well.
Miss Dulian.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll continue to ask questions about admissions since we're there. I have a question about specifically, I think that you're referencing a federal guideline, which is a guideline, not a statute, and so I just want to set that I've also looked at those guidelines. It has not happened in our district though, standing up a school where it has been closed before. But I have a couple questions on admissions. The first one is grandchildren. This is there's a tiered preference for grandchildren of people who are part of the founding membership. And that is something that we have not seen anywhere else. So I want to talk a little bit about that because I know some grandparents that have upwards of 80 grandchildren. And a grandchild being attached to grandparent is a little bit different than a parent advocating and being there. The second thing that I'd like to ask about is the APC overseeing the actual lottery process seems to be the inverse of transparent. The rest of our lottery processes are held centrally to protect APCs, and we hear this from APCs, so that there isn't that optics of why did that person's child get in and not that person's child, or why did this person's child get in. That will come. And so I was very concerned that you are having a closed process, that the APC is overseen and not using a district-wide lottery process, which is what every other charter school uses. So if you can address those two questions.
Sure. So I think some of the feedback we got in one of the early meetings was that our approach to the enrollment tiers might not be accommodated in the district's software. And I think in actually talking to some other charters when they first opened, they said we just had it in the gym. It was a public, open process. It was, ping pong balls and a machine and a drum or something like that. So that's what led us there, was that, you know, the software may not accommodate our enrollment, and there was generally kind of an enthusiasm for like community building around that sort of process, I guess. But I think that's open to discussion. I don't think there's very few hills we're dying on here, so we're open to ideas. Yep.
Can you talk about the grandparents?
That was a committee that I helped on, and the aim for all of these measures was try to provide equitable and reasonable access. We've got some founding members who are raising grandchildren, and just other elders who are contributing. So we're trying to show some respect and deference to elders. I appreciate that there may conceptually be a person who has 80 grandchildren. I would suggest that that's unusual, but also that we've got a pretty reasonable view of who the founding members are. So this is a very brief, limited time period.
Okay, thank you very much. Up next, we have Mr. Doran.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation tonight, as well as all the information before. So, I want to preface my questions in terms of saying it is exciting, the conversations that have happened, and when we talk about our new strategic plan, this is the conversation we should have throughout our community. What do we want our schools to be, et cetera, and the energy and the engagement that has gone into this, but is also going to other conversations around the district. And what's come to me, bottom line question for me, and a lot of this is, how do we get there? Okay, how do we make this happen? I will be honest, I'm not sure that charter is. I have hesitations, I have concerns, and that'll flow through the questions that'll help inform that. But I want to be upfront, and I think I have been as we've gone through. I love the ideas. How do we get there is what I'm coming to. So going specifically to the admissions and preferences, that's an area I have major concerns with. After I did my 2 pages of questions, which is relatively short.
Relatively. Relatively.
I then went through where my biggest ones were and to make sure we get to those. And actually admissions was the first one. That is the most glaring concern I have here. Because it's not an open lottery for all students. It's a very limited lottery as it appears. And one, I have a question under state regulations. Can you do this? My understanding, listening for the last 28 years of charter schools from the very first one in the state, which was in this district, to today, that has been a concern. Sibling preference has stood out, but other than that, no. and actually some charters have had to change what their what they would have seen as priorities. Um, so, in terms of one, when I look at Title I students, my question is, what do you mean? What do you mean by Title I student?
Those
This was a committee I sat on, and a question I can probably answer. First, I think the important thing to say is that we do view this as like a collaboration, right? So there are areas where you guys have experience and expertise where we don't, and we are open to like we want this to work as a collaboration. But we did seek legal advice, and we did deep research on what tiers would be acceptable. So we relied pretty heavily on I think it's Every Student Succeeds Act guidance and the best practices guidance provided from at a federal level. They're still standing, so I'm glad we selected those because there were a couple bodies of guidance which have been since dismantled. But they allowed for preference given to students who qualify for Title I services and for migrant ed services. And I think it's maybe a fielded internal question to ask what, how do you guys identify students who are eligible for Title I services? Typically those students have to apply. I don't know what the renewal period is. That's something we'd have to collaborate on. But what we do know is that in what we consider to be, an open lottery, you look at a school like Watershed, which is tremendously successful, and these huge bodies of data that show if kids can access education models like this, that they thrive. But the issue is accessing them. Those open lotteries don't actually produce what we would consider like equitable results. So these are kind of these are not measures meant to close a lottery. These are measures meant to ensure that we take down barriers which appear to be in place.
Follow up.
Follow up, Mr. Dorn.
Uh, and I like the
Oh, Mr. Burgess, point of order.
But if we're going to be allowing audience members to answer questions, can we have them read their name into the record, please?
Yes, I do agree with that. If we do, I know that you guys will have some people that could probably answer some things, and so I understand. But if we could, when you speak, please say your name into the microphone.
Yeah, absolutely. April Monroe, Monroe, and I'm speaking in that capacity. I was on the admissions committee, and it actually was really it took a lot of work.
Thank you, April. So we've got Mr. Burgess.
I had a follow up.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Dorn. I'm sorry. You had a follow up. Go ahead.
Yeah, and then I'll keep.
Yeah, I got you.
Okay.
We know there's
So-
2 pages.
and so particularly why I was asking you Title I, but I do think you've raised something that is really important. We may have questions. I have questions that may be answered over the next several weeks, that will not be finalized tonight. I am very much impressed in terms of the efforts that the whole group has gone, especially I'm going to focus in on the equity issues and trying, yes, you've recognized one of the things that not by intent, but in our community, but de facto often happens in charter schools and different demographics versus our neighborhood schools. And just want to acknowledge the work of the Equity Committee and the recommendations. And I was glad that Ms. Woods also mentioned the idea that these are recommendations that are beneficial for the whole district, not just one school. So on that Title I priority, for instance, my concern is, and I'm not so much concerned about the federal intents at equity where they may be at a given time, but what state statute says and their guidelines for charter schools in our state. So I do have a real concern about that. Title I is not a student designation. It is a school designation, and a school has to qualify. And then there's latitude by state how they do that, but the schools qualify. Migrant ed, they actually qualify by, they get a specific status based on the eligibility for migrant ed, and then that kind of goes there. But Title I funds don't follow students, and so the school would have to meet in the priorities of, basically it's free and reduced, and that can vary throughout from year to year within the district, starting to the highest from the highest schools that might qualify percentage-wise at free and reduced on down, and you can lose it at any moment. So that's one where really becomes problematic, as well as migrant ed. The student who happens to get in, if they qualify for migrant ed, but not that, I think that's problematic with some others, but I will pause for now and we can come back as we need.
And I can speak to that if you want, Tim. The federal guidance says students that qualify for services under Title I, and how you identify such a student, I would imagine, would be related to their eligibility for free and reduced lunch. And migrant ed, of course, is situational. So you're right that a student may qualify for that 1 year and then not qualify the next. This matters really only at the point of entry. So this is kind of the snapshot of the student at the point of admission. So it isn't something that has to have permanency. And we were told that there are no state regulations, and that in such an instance you look to federal regulation.
Okay, thank you. We'll leave that question open. Right.
And I might just share also, like, please recognize this was really born kind of as we talk the heart of belonging in community and equity, because we do recognize that there are many charter schools that aren't equitable in terms of the diversity and breaking down barriers for kids who might not be able to participate. And so that's what we tried to establish here, was breaking down those barriers, making it more accessible to students who might not normally attend a charter school. So that wasn't meant to be a separating thing, but really it was born out of wanting to be more inclusive. I think we probably could have said low socioeconomic or those students on free and reduced lunch. Title I was a way to capture that, but we do recognize that Title I status is given to schools based on their percentage of students that attend. So that might have been the wrong word, but again, we're trying to capture those low socioeconomic students that might not have the opportunity to participate.
Right, great, thank you.
Thank you. Just a quick reminder, most of us are doing good when we talk into our microphones. Make sure we're talking to our microphones. When you trail off to the side, people start having a hard time hearing. I'm getting reports back of board members not being able to be heard. So let's make sure we're talking into our microphones. With that, we've got Mr. Burgess, Miss Maple, and then Miss Carol Hubbard and Miss Julian. So Mr. Burgess, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I'll stick with the theme of admissions for now. One of the things I noted in the application is that there would be a requirement for parents or guardians to review and agree to a student handbook and to commit to volunteering. And I have a couple questions here. One is, where is the student handbook? Was it included as part of the application? Because I saw a parent handbook that also is referred to as the administrative manual. So I'm not sure if that reference is correct. And then volunteer hours, I'm curious if either of those requirements have gone through legal review. And then also, if there's, on the subject of volunteer hours on the volunteer bank, is there a minimum that's expected? Because I didn't see that in the application either.
Yeah, those are good questions, Bobby. So as far as the volunteer bank, there are other charter schools in Fairbanks utilizing this already. And so having a larger charter school, the bank will probably fill up, like we'll probably have a lot of hours. So if an emergency comes up, if a parent like is sick and just can't volunteer, they could utilize they could bank all of the hours, like pull them from other families. I don't think we're going to limit that. And that is, again, just in a way to make it as accessible as possible. And then as far as my understanding is, the handbook you're referring to is the student parent handbook. Like, I think we're using that term interchangeably. It's the same thing. So sorry for the confusion.
Follow up.
And that is in Appendix E.
Okay. Yeah, no, I found the parent handbook. Uh, I will, as a follow-up, note that the there there doesn't seem to be a description in the parent handbook of a requirement to volunteer. It says parents may volunteer and explains how they can do that. So that might be something that you need to look at. The other thing I was curious on the same vein, it was mentioned that volunteer hours from a community organization would go into the volunteer bank as well. And I'm wondering how that works out if a parent also works for a community organization, or are they going to be counted double for their time to the volunteer bank, or how does that work?
That's a fair question. That's kind of a little nuanced thing that could totally happen. No, I imagine it would only be counted once, but that's something that should be specified in our handbook because that could come up for sure.
But I think too, the crux of having parent volunteers is again to create this robust community. And so I feel like if more people volunteer, then they bank the hours. Like that's a good thing, right? Because that's what we want. We want community to be invested into the school. So I think it's easy to get wrapped around the axle of like, well, how are those hours counted? What's more important to us as a school is that parents are leaning in and doing so in a way that they can, whether that's cutting out laminate stuff at home, or whether it's coming to the school and reading with the kid or doing some construction. So I think that's the heart of it.
Miss Maple.
My question's partially budget, but starts at admissions. In looking at the impacts on enrollment and multipliers, one of the things referenced there is bringing in students from out of district, and I'm curious how that's been considered in the lottery process, because I think based off my understanding of the lottery process that the vast majority of any new to district students would enter into the open lottery at the end in that level 6. I know you don't call it levels, category 6. And I'm wondering what conversation around that has looked like, because I would fear that it would limit the potential of bringing in outside families if they're, not prioritized. I don't know how you could equitably prioritize them, but I'm interested in the conversation that's been had around that.
Yeah, we did explore that specifically with the meeting with administration and determined there wasn't a way to prioritize out of district enrollment specifically. I will say the returning students, and specifically the counting the original or children who previously attended the neighborhood school as first year returning students. I mean, 39 of those students aren't in the district right now, and so those would be, new enrollment in the district. Sorry, I think there was a second part to your question that I'm forgetting.
I mean, I genuinely just was interested in what the conversations looked like around it. So,
yep.
I can speak to that too. So, that was something we explored really deeply, like early on for the magnet model, because we did a big push to see, like, hey, what kind of interest is there for out of district students to come back in with a STEAM focused school? And at that point, we had over 100. And so that's when we like sat down with the district and unfortunately came to the sad realization you actually cannot legally prioritize out of district students. And so we've kind of been discussing this a little bit because that is a huge, I think, selling point and something that could be really beneficial to the school is drawing people back into the district. And so the question of, oh man, does it make sense to like allow those children to come back that were at the school when it was closed? And another honestly benefit to that is because there's 39 students who left the district from the Pearl Creek closure, that I would say like we could probably hope that at least 30 of them would come back realistically. And so in a way it does like give us a little bit of a guaranteed like buffer of like, okay, 30 out of district students are coming for sure if we can legally prioritize that, which we've seen done previously. So it's kind of a way to actually kind of ensure some out of district students come back as well. And then we have quite a bit of interest from, like I said, other students too who are out of district that would hopefully also come in. And then, as I also stated, I really do think I think we could give it a little punch, like start making a big impact right off the bat by getting quite a few people from out of district. But ultimately, I think it's something we have to like look towards in the strategic plan, like the next 5 years. And so really by bringing in more kindergartners every year, I think that is where we can really help with bringing people back into the district as well from that starting point when they enter school. But yeah, those are all things we like really want to be able to help with. And so we're like, how can we do this? And it was kind of a little sad to realize that you can't legally just prioritize out of district students in a lottery.
Thank you. Okay, so we've got Miss Carol Hubbard, Miss Julian, and then Mr. Doran. So Miss Carol Hubbard, go ahead.
Okay, I want to clarify that I understood what you just said. So you said that approximately 30 students are the ones who were at the school last year, who this school year have left and gone out of district, but have promised to come back. So 30 out of the 50 that you're proposing are new students that are out of district are your own, basically, initial Pearl Creek family, right? I mean, they're part of what was the family last year. Did I understand that correctly? Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Could I chime in? I don't know that the survey isn't tied one-to-one. It's just we have a survey that shows 50 out of 340 interested students are out of district, and we separately know that 39 students from last year.
Right, we haven't gone through and matched.
So
like-
those are separate buckets of information.
Okay, so you said 39. I heard 30.
Well, 39 have did leave from Pearl Creek after the closure, left the district.
Okay.
I feel like it would be reasonable to think about 30 would probably come back. I'm sure there are people, and maybe it's less than that. But so that Ben's estimate, what did you utilize for your budget? It was 35 total. So that would be
10% of new enrollment.
Yeah, so 10% of new enrollment being out of district was where he got his numbers from. And that seems like a pretty conservative estimate.
Okay. So my actual question, sorry, I just wanted to ping pong off of that. My actual question was for Mrs. Henderson. Can you explain specifically what you mean when you say break down barriers for students who might not otherwise participate in the charter school? What do you mean by the breakdown barriers, please?
Yeah, we know that charter schools typically appeal to students and families who are participants in their children's education in means of um, they are able to drive their kids to school, to and from, and oftentimes provide home lunches. And so, by breaking down barriers, we want to provide students that might not have had that opportunity, meaning they don't have parents that can drive them to and from school. They might need a different school lunch option to attend this charter to make it more equitable.
Okay, thank you. Miss Julian.
Thank you. That actually was a perfect cue up for my question. So when you're talking about transportation and you're talking about breaking down barriers, right? Getting people there that can't normally attend, schools that don't have transportation, schools that have a requirement of at least 20 hours of volunteer work. What I see in the budget, and I'm going to pivot a little bit to the budget, are a lot of gaps and a lot of gaps that rely on volunteer work. Most notably, I think the custodian one was one that just blew my mind. Pearl Creek facility had 4 custodians. You're managing this building on a $30,000 plus volunteer work. And if I can finish, there's also, so that is incredibly concerning to me. You mentioned right now being able to offer students food. Specifically recruiting free and reduced lunch children. Where in your budget do you have that? A nutrition services person. My thought when I look at this budget is that the answer is going to be volunteers. Volunteers, volunteers, volunteers. Volunteers are absolutely essential to a charter school. It's another thing to base a budget on an extremely unpredictable thing like volunteer hours. And so I really need you to talk a little bit about those gaps, where you made cuts, and where you expect volunteers to cover basic operations.
I can talk a little bit about that. For the last 3 months that Pearl Creek had roughly 400 to 420 students, we did not have a day custodian or a nurse. We did have roughly 1 to 2 night custodians, but oftentimes we went without night custodians as well. Oh,
If I can, Ms. Henderson,
yeah.
can you focus on the plan moving forward?
Oh, so I guess I say that to build a case.
Okay,
of
thank you.
We knew what we were getting into when we said, all right, could we do this without a nurse? Could we do this without a custodian? And the answer was we wanted to prioritize our students in those class sizes. And so we made a commitment as a staff that we could. And I think one thing that Christina talked a little bit about was the banking of volunteer hours. So we recognize we have parents that have more flexibility in their schedules and their days that can offer those 20 plus hours. But again, I'm a working parent. I understand I might not be able to go to my kid's school and volunteer, but if Christina is going to volunteer 40 hours and bank some of those, I can pull or draw from that. So one thing is we're not creating the structure in terms of custodial or nursing on simply parent volunteers. First of all, we were able to do it last year with a different model, and I think we can continue to do that. But also that parent banking piece, I think, is crucial for those working parents.
A follow-up, Ms. Julian?
I'd like you to address free and reduced lunch, nutrition services, and also the other critical areas that you are the other absolutely critical areas that you are going to have volunteers doing this work. So what I'm hearing right now, just to clarify, is that your staff that's on board with this has committed to providing the custodial services. Is that correct?
Again, this school is a partnership. So together we will accomplish the custodial, the custodian's job at the school. So that's not just me emptying all the trash, but I think together it's going to take a village. We'll be able to do it. But we're not relying on one parent volunteer to do it all, just like I'm not going to commit myself to taking out the trash every night. To speak about the food, I think that's a really good point and something I'd like to work and collaborate on the district with to see how we could accomplish that. Already we have structures in schools to feed kids who aren't on free and reduced lunch and don't have a lunch. That existed at Pearl Creek before, and I'm sure we'll continue that program. So the idea of feeding schools without a nutrition services person is possible, but might look different. But again, I'd be willing to, or hopeful, that the school district could also collaborate with us on that. Like, what could that look like? Could we provide the lunches from our nutritional services downtown office? And how could that look?
Thank you very much. Oh,
It'd be actually a really good idea to have someone from our budget committee speak to your questions because Shauna was on curriculum committee. So Jennifer, yeah, if you want to kind of explain a little more.
Hello? Hello? Can you hear me okay? Okay, Jennifer Redmond, R-E-D-M-O-N-D, and I was head of the budget committee. So the facilities costs and the maintenance costs were based on actuals that we received, and also we'll be working with the borough facilities, so they'll be providing those services as well. Another thing is that the free and reduced lunches will be trying to access what's available as far as free and reduced lunches for students that qualify for that. So we have like a nonprofit program that'll be looking into grants and also ensuring that our students are signing up for those programs that are available through the school district.
one more follow-up, Ms. Julian?
Yeah, I think that it's important to articulate that in the budget. And so right now there's nothing.
Sure. Yeah.
And so and if I can, all that I see is a question then of you're wanting to recruit Title I students who oftentimes many of those Title students and migrant students rely on free and reduced lunch, rely on that, and that even to apply without having a plan in place and without having that in the budget is a barrier. And so because it's not guaranteed right now because you're saying that you have a plan to have a partnership. And so having that expense in there of how much you actually need to facilitate the things that were already in place at Pearl Creek, what would it actually cost? Put it in there and then offset that with potentially an in-kind contribution, but show it in the budget. And I think that that would really strengthen this.
Can I respond? Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks. I think that's a great suggestion. I'd love to work on that with you and kind of figure out how we can estimate what that would cost. Yeah, I think, we didn't get that feedback originally from when we were going through it, but I think that we can definitely meet that. And we have about, $30,000. Oh, is that, we want to address the $30,000 in maintenance costs? That was just kind of an estimate that we were given by like the borough and stuff. So, but we're, open to work through the details and excited to get to know how we can support the food for kids. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Before we go to Mr. Doran, I do have a quick question since the nurses came up. So I have a big concern with the nurses piece. Actually, what brought me to this board 3 years ago was a lack of nurses. I have 2 children who are type 1 diabetics. When actually the one thing that brought me here was I actually had a teacher tell me that it didn't matter what was wrong with my child, they wouldn't stick them with anything. So forgive me for being a little emotional here, but this is something that still sits with me really hard and is pretty traumatic. So we have teachers who physically do not want to administer medications or shots to children. This is a thing. And so the nursing piece really just it really gives me some real big drawback and concern. So I'm curious on if you have talked with anyone in the medical field on how you will approach this for students who maybe do need injectables or things like that, that a typical parent or volunteer or even staff member would not be able to do.
So I appreciate this question, and it's something that isn't new to schools and especially elementary schools with our nursing shortage. So one of the things the school district has done is that we have designated kind of medical support staff in the school. You take a laborious training and are overseen by the nursing coordinator. So again, we didn't have a nurse for the last 3 months of school, but over the course of several years, we've probably gone a year and a half without a nurse, not consecutively, but just piece by piece. And we've had type 1 diabetics while we didn't have a nurse. So we work and partner with the families, we work with doctors, we work with our nursing coordinator, we figure out the best kind of action plan for their care and go forward with that. Our staff that have the nursing oversight training can do things like we had suppositories that we had to put in for seizures. So we have some expertise when it comes to that, but are not, of course, professional nurses. Again, that's why we'd work closely with our nursing director.
No, I appreciate that. Thank you. That question came up, and so I thought it was a perfect time to ask that. So thank you. Moving back into it, Mr. Dorn, you will be up next, and then we have Mr. Burgess and then Miss Carol Hubbard.
Okay. Before we leave the admissions one, just a couple observations, and then I want to go to building, is that children of PCSE staff would at least in part be addressed by contract, not necessarily by lottery or priority. That when you mentioned that students enrolled at a previous school that no longer exists would be given a priority has been legally done elsewhere, I would be very interested if that has been done in the state of Alaska and which school that is. Because I am very concerned that we get a clarity on the state guidelines for lotteries. So the want to go to the building question, which is the facility and the budget. The application is premised on on it being at a school building, no longer a school in operation. So, and that specific spot. So if that wasn't available, would that mean that your charter application or your hopes for a charter school would be different? And I see nothing that in the application that indicates any that's even available or would be. And related to that is in your answering is in the budget, you give a dollar figure but no details on it. But yet it's referenced that in the slide presentation, in the budget it's 271, the slide presentation is 450. So what is the actual cost? How did you come up with the 271,000? And what is for a building that ostensibly is not available at this time? You know, I'm concerned about the facility, that this is dependent on one option, which may or may not be feasible. So both sides of that.
Can I just speak quickly to the admissions piece first? So, as you mentioned, it is a negotiated agreement for teachers to have their children attend their school, and that is why that is the number one. We wanted to fall in line with the negotiated agreement.
And Tim, I did some research previously. It was a school, I believe, in like the Eagle River area that was shut.
One.
Well, that's what I was going to say. It's not off the tip of my tongue, but it's back in my emails, so I'll look it up and send
Okay,
that to
that'd
you.
be great,
Yeah.
because that's helpful to
Yeah,
us
absolutely,
in
yeah.
informing, because that's very
And that was
different,
helpful for us to be like, oh, this has been done before.
and making
so,
sure that,
yeah.
anyway.
Yeah,
good.
I'll send that information to you.
On the numbers around the building, Jennifer pulled up actual costs, actual heating bills, and things like that. And then I used a more conservative number, a higher number that district administration had suggested. And you're correct that we do not have a lease in hand. We know that previous charters have been approved without a lease in hand. Over the last 6 months, we've certainly talked about other options. We've looked into backup facilities. We very strongly, for the reasons that were articulated, think this is the best place to deliver this curriculum, this school. But we're also excited that if that school were, or if that building were absolutely off the table, we would look to do this somewhere else. And obviously that might affect enrollment and numbers of classes, and we'd have to find the right match. But hopefully that answers your question.
All right. A follow-up, Mr. Doran?
On the budget question, the 271, where did that come from?
Oh, so that's like the combination of utilities, so like heat, electricity, water, custodian, and also I added a bit more for outdoor maintenance because I didn't get that number. So, but besides that, that's what the cost of Pearl Creek had cost in previous years, plus support for the school as far as what we got from facilities and from the actual numbers.
As of what year was that?
It was FY '24.
Okay, so that's would be 3 years out of date. Did you?
Yeah, well,
did
I looked at the
inflation
couple
on
years.
it?
I looked about two or 3 years. It was like 23 and 24, and then 22 before that. So, yeah, so it's an inflated number more than that, like slightly, but it's like an average of those 3 years.
Okay, and leasing cost is not included.
Leasing cost, yeah, I think there's question about like how much revenue, like if you were to have a standard lease with somebody who's like a for-profit, like what would that lease be versus with a public sector? So there's different guidelines for that when you're leasing with a public sector versus private sector. So this is more public sector centric than private, where we would lease with someone who is looking for more profit. So it's based on actuals plus facilities and averages over a couple years.
Okay, I'm sorry, I don't want to belabor this. Just
Go ahead, Mr. Doran.
I want to get a handle on the 271 as utilities and those operational costs, but it's not a lease cost. And
So the
it's
lease
based
cost,
on 3 years ago, then
right? So typically, lease costs is with public sector is based on actuals because the public sector, like for the public good will want to charge a facility that is for another public good the actual cost versus increase as a for-profit, because public sector, like nonprofits, don't typically are allowed to charge a for-profit
Right,
price.
I
Okay.
understand that. Yeah, but
Yeah.
there's no overhead, really. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
You've answered, I think you've answered my question.
Okay, thank you.
And it's a low number rather than a high number.
And then Ben specified correct that the other figure is based off what the district gave us then. So that's why Ben went with the highest number we've been given, and that was based on our meeting with the district when Andy had mentioned that he thought that would be, yeah, and we don't have the exact details on that, but we just chose to use the high figure that we were given from the district when making that estimate to make sure we were estimating conservatively.
Okay, moving on, we have Mr. Burgess, Miss Carol Hubbard, Miss Maple, and then Miss Julian. Mr. Burgess.
Okay, I'm not 100% sure that I followed that last line, so I'm going to follow up on that real quick. And I'm just going to ask, has the borough given a figure for the cost of the lease?
Ben's been talking with the
Yeah, we had a preliminary meeting. We expressed our interest. Obviously, they don't have the facility yet, so we do not have a number. And I think, we don't even know what the process will be. So we'll have to wait and see.
Okay. So I just I want to take a moment because I've heard Ms. Turman say, we're looking to collaborate and improve this application. I heard Mr. Leffler say that they're not married to anything in this application. I've heard others say that things can change, or that plans can be made. So, but I just want to make sure we're all on the same page. We have a submitted application that we will be voting either yes or no. Am I understanding this process correctly, or is this an opportunity to, I think we have a deadline for when we have to approve this by, according to state law. So it seems to me that the time for making those changes and improving the plan is past if we're looking at whether or not we're going to approve this. So I guess I just wanted to make sure we're all on the same page there.
Yeah, Mr. Burgess, from my understanding, and I will turn this over to Dr. Minor, is that yes, this application has been submitted. We are under a 60-day timeline, which falls with an approval for, I do believe we have it slated for the 21st, if I'm not mistaken. Dr. Minor, is that understanding correct for the board?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Mr. Burgess?
And maybe I should just add, my understanding is that it's a collaborative process and has been with other charters that have submitted it. So receive feedback from the district and then work together to create a school.
So from my recollection, I just want to step in there. Previous charters did not submit a full application to be approved within a 60-day timeline. And so they had submitted interest to the administration. The administration worked with the APC of those charters, which actually, if I'm not mistaken, the most recent one took around 5 years of collaborative work. What we have here is a submitted application, and so we have been told by administration this falls under the 60-day statute guideline. Yes, it is collaborative, and I would love to have this be collaborative, but we still are at a process of approving or denying this on the 21st. Mr. Burgess, did you have anything further?
Yes, I do. So I want to, well, okay. I think part of this line of questioning has been answered, but I'll start with, because it's budget related and just related to operations of the school in general, why 352 students?
I think I spoke to that in the closing statement a bit, but that was kind of a compromise because that was when we were having meetings with the district and going back and forth, and we received feedback that they didn't want too big of a school, but they also were concerned at the lower end of our number. So that was kind of like right in between the two numbers. So that's where we landed on that.
Okay. And so in the budget, you have expected enrollment of 352, and you have 16 FTEs. So is it safe to assume that means you'll have 16 classrooms?
So
Yes.
that's 16 regular ed classroom
Yeah,
teachers.
yes, thank you,
So,
yes.
yeah. So that's 3 kindergarten, 3 first grade, and then 2 teachers at every grade level after that. That does not include our specialist or special education teacher.
Okay, perfect. You anticipated my next question. Thank you. So with those extra classes in kindergarten and first, are some students going to have to leave the school when they get to second grade?
No, so we turned into the district our like growth model, and like I spoke to, we're trying to grow from kindergarten up to bring people into the district. So the school size will increase every year modestly as we take in one more kindergarten class.
Okay, thank you. That was seemed like a maybe might happen kind of thing in the way that's worded in the application. So thanks for clarifying that. So that is definitely a plan. Starting in year 2, you're going to add more kindergarten. Okay. Gotcha. Okay.
Follow up, Mr. Burgess.
I can pause here.
Okay. All right. We will go to Miss Carol Hubbard. Then we have Miss Maple at Miss Julian.
Thank you. Okay, so we've entered into classroom size and teachers, and so in order to stay true to your PTR, then after next year, you'll be adding another first grade. So you'll have 1 year of you'll have 1 year basically at capacity, and then as everybody moves forward, assuming that you keep all of your students, you'll need to add more teachers is for the following year.
Yeah, we'll add one additional teacher the following year.
Okay. So my question then is, on that note, I noticed that you've budgeted for 1 special education teacher for the entire school. That seems like a lot for 1 teacher. Can you speak to that?
I can. This is a little bit of a tricky question because we don't know how many students that will be receiving at the Pearl Creek STEAM charter will need special education services. So again, when we spoke with the district and we're collaborating, they recommended 1 special education teacher with maybe some special education aides, which is why we have those support services in there. I think what other charter schools have found is that their population of special needs students has increased, and they then had the flexibility in their budget to say for the following year, we need to have 2 special education teachers. So there is, in my mind, flexibility for that in the budget if we need it for subsequent years.
Okay.
Follow up, Miss Carol Hubbard.
Thank you. So you have a one teacher and two aides, 2 special ed aides. That's in the budget?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so well, gosh, I don't know exactly how to bridge all this. So what I'm thinking about is like walk to read. I'm thinking about walk to uh, what's the right word? When so no, not that. Just when you're doing intervention, walk to interventions. So how will you address the Alaska Reads Act with only? Well, I mean, I know you said you have a music and a library and PE, so you got SPED, and then you have 2 aides, so you have 6 extra people in a school of 16 classrooms. I just don't. So I want to understand how you'll address the reading interventions and possibly mathematics interventions.
That's a great question and something I have a lot of experience with. So our last year at Pearl Creek, it was very similar in terms of having very few extra support staff to help our walk to read. And so what we did is we suspended our special time, meaning when students moved to PE, music, and library. And we had all hands on deck, which meant every single adult in our building provided an intervention. And dependent on their skill level, it would be something that was very scripted, or if they had a higher skill level, felt more comfortable, then it was something different, like our U-Fly intervention. But that's something we're already very familiar with. Our office secretaries taught intervention. Oftentimes, I taught intervention. Again, this isn't something that I'm not familiar with. But again, utilizing all hands on deck to provide those smaller group interventions for students.
Can I follow up?
I think maybe one detail that got missed, there's 16 regular teachers and 5 full-time regular teaching aides in the budget. So there's those 5 plus the gym and music and staff. So I didn't hear that in your number. Just wanted to
Sorry,
make sure.
16 teachers
Or
plus
six-
5.
Plus 5.
Plus 5.
Plus,
So-
plus the numbers plus the
and the
positions you
the
listed.
2 aides.
Yeah.
Okay. How many do you have in your building altogether then? So if you have staff that's in the office, are you planning on 2 more staff? I'm just trying to get some total numbers. So I'm looking at like 16 and 5 is 21 and 22. So then you make 23, and how many more?
I think if I quickly do the math, I come around 29 adults in the building.
29. Those are all budgeted people that are
Correct. Again, that's very quick math, just looking at my handwritten notes here.
okay, 29. So how am I missing 4 people? I guess I'm not understanding.
There's 5 aides that weren't in your count that you articulated when you started. If you look in the budget on Appendix I think you'll see 16 teachers, 5 aides, music, gym, special ed aide.
Gotcha. I missed the 5 aides.
Counselor,
Okay, thank
yeah,
you.
yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Miss Maple.
Thank you. I have 2 questions. So there was the conversation earlier that now this lease will be negotiated with the borough as the district has released that building, and that the burden of maintenance would no longer fall on the district, and that it would go through the KIP process. But I know that what we see in that process is, it's all dependent on what is prioritized any given year and what the plan for, there's work that obviously needs to be done that's pressing. And if that's not prioritized through the KIP process, through the assembly, what sort of, I don't know if backup plan is the right word, but what's been thought of when it comes to having, obviously we don't have, the school doesn't just stand up having reserves, but what that process looks like, because the KIP process is not reliably keeping our facilities up to snuff. So
Yeah, I mean, we've looked at multiple other sources. One thing I saw is that there's a congressional designation that Lisa Murkowski puts out for for schools in the Alaska statewide. So we could advocate there to put our school on that list to get funding we need for our maintenance. There's also grant programs that is also specific to charters to build infrastructure there that are slated to come out this next year. They haven't been out yet, but it looks like that they're very much planning on investing in charters heavily in the federal level. And then there's also some local things like foundation funds that are looking at organizations and institutions that are strengthening Alaska education. So yeah, we have been looking at those, and we look forward to get our hands on the plans to see what we need.
awesome. Can I have one more? More of a request, kind of building off of something Miss Julian was talking about earlier, but a different end of it, that I hear the seeking to collaborate with the district on things like food services and transportation, but I fear that seeking to collaborate on solving those problems kind of works in conflict with the proposed impacts on retained funds. Because ultimately, if the district is stepping in to help with transportation or help with nutrition services, that is an increased expense for the district. And so, and I did hear Miss Henderson in that kind of articulate, while there was the food services that, you know, that maybe that would be something we collaborate. I also heard Miss Henderson articulate a really clear plan that didn't rely on district services. And I'd like to see what that would look like for the transportation piece. Because yes, of course, ideally the district would be able to provide those things, but those are things that are already operating in a deficit. So hearing the school one or the nutrition services one be addressed in a, like, yeah, of course that would be ideal, but that you articulated a plan that doesn't rely on the district's nutrition services, what transportation could look like if there isn't, if it's just simply between lack of available routes, lack of drivers. Like, even if we had the funds, right now we don't have the infrastructure. That might be the wrong word for that one. But that, you know, even if the funding is there, we aren't able to provide what we want to be providing anyways. So really figuring out that, yes, a collaborative approach would be ideal, but what does it look like if that's unavailable? Does that mean that there's no transportation, or does it mean that there's some other models that we can look to?
Yeah, those are great points. Thank you, Meredith.
I'm not expecting you to give
No,
me any.
I think I just want to speak to the collaboration piece again, because quite frankly, I'm a little confused too. So I've spoken, you know, to other people, other charters that have been upheld, and like how their process went. And my understanding is during the 60 days, there is still collaboration. We've been speaking to the district about possible collaborative ideas. I don't know why we're doing that. If it's like illegal, like, is there a state statute that says we can't collaborate once our application is in? I think that's something we all need to get a clear answer to, because like Ben said, there aren't too many hills we're willing to die on for this. So, like, we want to work with you, and if there is an option to continue to do so, I think absolutely. And I understand with the new timeline, 60 days is pretty quick, but I also feel like it's pretty like like we're like meeting week after week here. So like we could spread it out more to have more meetings and to dig a little deeper on these things, unless that is actually illegal. And that's not a question I know. So I guess that's a question for me to the district.
Dr. Miner, would you be willing to answer that? Because I don't have an answer.
Sure, yeah, I'd be happy to answer that. And so the 60-day timeline is new for the district to work through with a charter group. And so, you know, that does constrain the time that we're able to collaborate and change the application. If there's substantive changes within the application, then that does reset the 60-day timeline. And so if the charter is interested in continuing that process and making substantive changes, then it would restart that clock. If there's minor addendums to the charter application itself, then that would be up to the board in terms of how they would want to work through that process. I don't think it stops the collaboration or the conversations about what would improve the application. I think the board and the administration through our conversations has given you some ideas to improve the application. And I think it's a much better application than what we first saw. And so through those conversations, I think it continues to strengthen. And, you know, if there's addendums that come out of tonight, I think it could continue to strengthen that application.
Thank you. That's really clarifying. So for small changes, like, by all means, let's talk. It sounds like unless it's a really massive change, we can still do some collaboration. So we'd appreciate that.
I think too, one thing I want to highlight is this amazing group of people that sit beside me and behind me and at home listening in. Again, I feel like this is a very innovative group of people. And if there is a barrier like food and the district isn't willing to collaborate because of some reason that door has closed already, I feel very confident that we can find a solution. Again, when I went to Pearl Creek, we had kids that were in need of food for the weekend. I quickly established community partnerships within that weekend to provide 40 food bags for kids that needed it. That wasn't done with the district support, and we made it happen. Just like I feel very confident we could make transportation happen and we could make school lunches happen so no kid would go hungry. So those that had the barrier of transportation could get to school. I think that, again, just the strength of this group of people, please recognize the work, the thought, these committed community members. They really want this to happen because it's a good thing for kids. And in my mind, I would love to continue to work with the school district. I think that's actually what charters do, is they work together with the school board, with the district administration. I mean, that's how things get done, and that's how I hope it goes forward.
Follow up, Ms. Maple.
I just want to clarify that not talking about lack of collaboration because of a door closing or a timeline. I'm talking about lack of resources at the district to support services at the charter, in addition to the BSA funds that go. So more out of financial need, than out of lack of interest or willingness to collaborate. But I hear you and I appreciate your response.
Thanks for clarifying. I think that is, as Jennifer mentioned, we're in a weird space for education right now. Like, it's being cut right and left. And then at the same time, federally, they just rolled out $500 million worth of grants specifically for charters. So that is a priority at the federal level, and there's new money that's coming out for that. And we want to help our district benefit from that. And I think this is there's an opportunity there to be had. So, yeah.
I think another highlight that we've mentioned is we will have like a grants committee that will be looking at grants throughout the year for not just benefiting our school, but we'll probably multiple schools. Like, there was one that was a garden one that was $500,000 that's with the state that looks really promising, that I think would be great to have, and also to provide to other schools. And I think it's just a resource that, our administration is probably struggling to provide. And I think our school could really be a good hub to start those ideas and bring people together that can not just help our school, but help all schools.
Ms. Julian.
Thank you so much. And I appreciate, and yes, I want to say that this is a fantastic conversation to have. And I think that, from my perspective, what I'm looking at is a bottom line. And when I look at, so I have a couple different questions, because it's been said that those are Jennifer's numbers or those are Ben's numbers. Which numbers are we looking at in the budget?
Those are my numbers.
Okay. And which numbers were in the presentation?
The administration's numbers.
So Ben
But
did.
are we referring to your numbers?
Yes.
Your numbers?
Yes.
So the separation there is, I did the budget, so for the school, and then Ben focused more on the impact of what the school would have on the district. So those are the two different numbers that are referred to.
Yeah, and isn't it just it's the funding formula? So I'm assuming that you use the funding formula on charters, correct?
There's no funding formula for expenses, so I chose the highest estimate of expenses. No one knows exactly what a building will cost next year. And so I did not want to thumb the scale in our favor. So I used the higher number that the district's estimate of what it would cost to provide a facility for the school.
And say the number.
I think it was 450,000. Yeah. I think
450,000 based on, and that's based on the assumption of what?
I guess you could ask the administration.
No, but I'm asking you because you use their numbers.
I believe they were basing that estimate on commercial rental rates per square foot or something along those lines.
So thank you, because when I look at, and again, when I'm looking at this budget, there is going to be an impact overall, right? We're asking for money to stand up a school, to go from 28 schools in our district to 29 schools in our district. We're also looking at a school that is saying that we are going to have an enrollment of this number right now, which is a compromise, but every single year it's going to grow. So that compromise really goes down every year as it grows. So, and where do those students come from? We can't guarantee that they're from out of district. So those students are going to be coming from neighborhood schools. And it was said, thank you so much, Ms. Wood, for saying that there's hard decisions to be made, because we have to make hard decisions when it comes to an overall budget. Okay. So I want you, and this would be helpful if we could have your analysis on the district-wide assumption of the district-wide impact. And again, this isn't necessarily your issue, but you brought it forward in the presentation. This is something that we have to consider as a board, as the fiduciary for the entire district. What you've displayed on the slides, I'd like that more broken down to look exactly to see where that is, so that we can base that off of and see what is, so then we can ask the administration as well, is that based off of rent? We do know that, for example, the facility cost is really, for me, one that I'm very concerned with, the $271,250 that's in the facilities. I'm hearing a lot, but I'm not hearing an answer on rental cost. Every other charter in our district pays between $350,000 to $400,000 annually for much smaller footprints. Much smaller footprints. When I'm looking at this, I'm looking at something that suggests that there's a $0 facility cost, lease cost. And I just need to know if that's accurate or not.
Yeah, so this is the public sector anticipating we will have this building that's going to be with the borough. So it's a public sector estimate that we got for our budget today.
And what is that estimate?
The 270 is based on the public sector actuals, and then what we'll anticipate for the upcoming school year.
How much of that is the lease?
Is the lease. Sorry. So for public sector, the lease covers utilities, it covers the maintenance costs. So the borough's going to be providing maintenance costs, things like that. So this is a total of those costs in facilities. So it's not broken down, but I can get you the specific breakdown. Is that the question?
No, I actually I think I've got it. So you're estimating that $271,250 is going to be all of your facility costs, all of your utilities, leasing as well. You mentioned maintenance and custodial. Is that only the $30,000?
Have so it's included with the facilities that we got as an actual. So it's in that total to some degree, but then we put an extra 30,000 on the side just to show that if we needed like outdoor maintenance and things like that. So, but like I said, yeah, this is a public sector estimate. It's not a for-profit. It's not going to have that additional revenue like a for-profit would. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. And I guess just to chime in, it's clear we don't have a building. And if we end up in a different facility, our cost may be much higher. And
Yeah.
we would have to make decisions about what we do and don't offer to balance the budget the same as you do. And I think that's part of what excites all of us is having that autonomy over those types of financial decisions. So, yeah, we're trying to be realistic and aspirational. And, as the realities come into focus, we'll have to balance our budget. That's all there is to it, right?
Follow up, Ms. Julian?
I do, yeah, because I think it's, for me, everything has to hinge on this. Everything hinges on the budget because it's an ask for money. Really, it's asking to stand up this amazing school and this amazing conversation. And to be clear, I've had many conversations with many people in this audience about, oh my gosh, this is so exciting. We know that STEM education, so thank you, Dr. Spellman, for talking about STEM education. It is important. It absolutely increases student outcomes. We know that. And I've had many conversations about, could we do that in our existing footprint instead of adding from 28 schools a 29th school and consolidating everything there. But here we are. And so, and I respect, and also I'm excited. The thing that excites me about this application the most, I would say, is the innovative thinking with our Alaska Native community, and also the intentional aspects of that, of bringing a community into the process from the get-go and collaborating with the community on equal voices. That's incredibly exciting, and I really want to commend you for that. That's amazing. But when I hear things like, we're going to break down barriers, but yet there's no financial money because the budget is where your values are. There's nothing budgeted for free and reduced lunch or to offer that. I don't see that as a plan in a budget. When I don't see a transportation as a plan in the budget, that shows me that there's a gap there, and I want to hear more about what that plan is and how you're planning to actually do that so that you can serve the students that you say you want to serve.
I think one thing that I'm challenged with right now is this idea of collaboration. And so I feel like we're being held to a standard that's asking us to show exactly how many students are going to be on free and reduced lunch and then how we're going to accomplish that. It's sort of similar in the sense of how many students will need transportation. We don't know that we have a school. We've created a hypothetical. We can make some guesses. And had I known maybe that this wasn't as a collaborative process as I would have thought, we would have put some hard numbers down there. But you're asking us to take guesses. So I guess I feel challenged right now, not by the conversation, but by the idea of, like you need to show us. I know that if we stood up a school tomorrow and we had kids that needed lunch, we would provide for them. We would provide for them as long as we had that school, as long as there was a need. So I'm not saying that to say, like, I don't have answers, but I don't have answers because we don't know who's coming through our doors. If we have one student that needs a free and reduced lunch, that's going to look very different than if we had 300 students that need free and reduced lunch. And so I think, again, my hope is that this would be a process where we could say, hey, district, this is what we're coming back with once we were given the approval for the charter. We've got, 20 kids with free and reduced lunch. This is our plan. What are your thoughts? Could we pick up lunches from nutrition services downtown and bring to the school? Or would you like us to provide, like have those types of conversations? So I'm feeling like I don't have answers for things that are unknown to me. But that doesn't mean I couldn't find the answers.
One more follow-up, Miss Dooley, and then we need to move on.
Yeah, and I think and I understand the frustration, but understand that also, and I'm asking for that equal amount of grace. I understand that when what I'm looking at here is an application that has said we are going to, in a tier process, prioritize students who are coming from economically disadvantaged households. And I'm like, yes, awesome, because that is one of the huge barriers for charter schools. And so thank you for looking at that. But then I don't see the specific plan of we want to get to 50% of our student enrollment that qualifies for here, or and maybe that's what it is, or we want to make sure that we have this amount of students that, like, putting those numbers to that intention. And then this is how we're going to make sure that those students receive the services that they would if they were to attend a title school. And that's where I'm looking at this application as a whole, and I don't see it reflected not in the values or the intention, but I don't see it reflected in the budget. And that's where I'm concerned about saying, yes, we're going to go forward. I have no doubt, Ms. Henderson, that you can make magic happen. I've seen it happen. But when we're looking at asking the district for money to stand up a school, because there is a cost there, and then I don't see that value articulated in the budget specifically, it just makes me go, the intention is there and I'm so excited about that. But how are they actually going to serve those students that they really want to get at that school? And that's where I really see some gaps in the budget.
I'd like to address just one thing. So we did leave about $30,000 in the budget for transportation. I know it's $90,000 for an entire bus, but we do have that there for that flexibility to see what we can do and work with the district and collaborate going forward on those. It's going to be creative solutions. And then also for food, we have supplies and services. We also talked about how some of our curriculum will center around food, will center around a garden. Maybe our garden harvest goes to some families, or maybe it goes to our lunches. We are a collaborative, innovative group. There's also, just plain and simple, there's grants that we can't go for until the school is approved. There's $1 million a year for 5 years for charter schools that will be coming out in the summertime, and that will definitely be going towards things like transportation and nutrition. So I feel like as much as we can't use our funds that we get from the state to do those special things right now, we definitely have a very strong group of innovative and committed parents who want to make it happen. And equity is something that we have to strive for. Sometimes you don't get it the first year, but it's goals that we try to get to.
I think one other thing, Morgan, is another committee we have formed, we actually have a group of parents who created a nonprofit, and they did that because there are certain grants and certain fundraising capabilities that you can not do as a school that you can do as a nonprofit. So doing that specifically to be able to generate funds to address these types of concerns. So yeah, it's a lot of like hypotheticals right now because we're a hypothetical school.
Thank you very much for the questions and answers. Just real quick, I want to remind everybody about the time. It is currently almost 8:15. I would like to not have us here until 10 o'clock. I would like to get us out of here around 9 if possible. So with that, we do have 3 people in line for questions. If you have more questions than that, if we could get to the question, and so we could have as much interaction as possible in the next 45 minutes, that would be great. So with that, we have Mr. Dorn, Mr. Burgess, and Miss Carol Hubbard. So Mr. Dorn, you are up next.
Was Ms. Maple in the list there?
Miss Maple, did you have your hand up? I don't remember, and if you did, I didn't see it.
I don't know. I put me in the queue at the end.
Okay, sounds good. Mr.
I think you had mentioned her before me, so.
She said she'll wait. Go ahead, Mr. Dorn.
I keep being mindful, going back to my question in my head is, how do we get there? And personally, I am less concerned about the 60-day, although we have to be cognizant of that's new law, which other charter schools were not faced with. But what I would not see that as getting in the way if we have further conversations. You know, you mentioned magnet earlier. I meant, charter. I mean, anything that happens, if we're there, if we're making progress, I think we can work through those things. So I have a couple of specific budget questions, so that I understand how you did numbers. And I am looking in some ways, the more we have the conversation, that the budget is maybe incomplete. There is no transportation in the budget that I can see. There is nothing, there are a lot of things on nutrition. Well, we'll provide that, or other things that have been mentioned, we'll look for grants. So as we go through, there may be other things to identify or you want to add to that. My questions, particularly on this part of the budget, and then I need to understand slide 48, but the calculation of the per student funding, there are actually minimally 3 different calculations on that. So this is on bottom of slide 41, the AADM times the BSA gives you a 10,480 per student allocation by your calculations. 352 into that 3.7 million. Okay. But in the slide presentation, you give it as 7,033 for the same AADM calculation, as best I can see. So what's the discrepancy there?
So the 733 is the, I may have actually gotten that from the FY26 budget book.
Okay, we're talking next year, but that's where you got it from?
I believe so. And so that includes the excess local contributions or 50% of the excess local contributions. So that's sort of like the total allocation to a charter school per AADM. If we're talking about the 7,033.
Okay, that's how you got that?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So how'd you get the 10,480 in the budget, which includes a one-time grant, I think, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, so this was reviewed by the state of Alaska deed to get that revenue. And
Okay, so how did they
breakdown.
get?
I don't have it in front of me, but happy to meet with you and go through that. Sorry.
Okay, well, and I think
yeah,
you'll need
yeah.
to share with the whole board.
Yeah, sure, for sure.
Yeah,
Mhm.
so that's a question.
Slide 41, 10,506. Is that what you were asking?
No, it's on slide 44. You gave the.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I don't have the application in front of me. Sorry.
Yeah, so I'll follow up with an
Fine.
email and just
I'll
break that down for the board. Is that what would be preferred?
Yeah, I want to
Okay.
know why the discrepancy and how one was done. And I'm assuming that that 10480 is including a one-time grant.
Yeah, there's the State of Alaska
Right, and it's
charter
a
grant.
one-time
Yep,
grant,
one-time
so
grant.
then that's
Mhm.
gone.
Correct.
That's not,
Mhm.
so when that disappears from the budget, then, or that's, okay, so let me go to slide 48, because I do not understand this. So, but,
Okay.
okay, the 147 retained, the 4% overhead, so I'll just go through and you can then answer the questions. My concern on the 4% overhead is not a retained, that is what you're paying for services. So services that the district has to provide the school, so that they're extra services, and we get 4% to that. I think I understand the CTE funding because that really applies to secondary more than elementary, but it is in the formula, and so you would, but that should then be taken out of your 480 allocation. And that, because there's a different, I do have a question about when you say 280 in 280,000 in excess local contributions. We don't get excess local contributions. Our borough has never provided the maximum. And so I don't know what you mean by, there's not excess. That's, the impact aid, not quite sure that's to the district as a whole. It doesn't go out to individual schools. And so it's in there. The correspondence, I have no idea why you're thinking that that gives us more correspondence if they're enrolled in your school, not in correspondence. So those are specific questions I have there related to that, because when you talk about enrollment, we haven't, you mentioned 39 students from previous Pearl Creek that may have left the district. We don't know yet where or why they may have left the state. And we know we have an out-migration from the state, and we are not, and our demographics, borough-wise and statewide, is for fewer kids, later kids, and our childbearing year population demographic is leaving the state at a greater rate than coming. So projections of bringing more kids in, I have concerns on that. So if you can address some of those.
Sure. So on slide 48, I guess I would stress that I can only work with the information that is public or has been provided, and so I do hope that you can get more details from district administration next week. And I may well be wrong on some of these, or you may be like, yeah, those funds just don't go to elementary school students, and that's what that is. So on the excess local contributions, so I guess it's local contributions above the minimum. My understanding is that, and I think this is from a spreadsheet that Mr. DeGraw provided, charter schools receive 50% of those on a per student basis. And so the argument I'm making is that, on one hand, when you have students enter the district to enroll at a charter school, that's like new revenue. But when you have neighborhood school students move from a neighborhood school to a charter school, some of the money that was associated with that student actually gets left behind. And so you basically have money that is distributed across fewer remaining neighborhood students. Does that make sense? If you have, 100 students and 10 of them go to the charter school, but each of those 10 students leaves, a few $100 of funding behind, you take that school's funding divided by 90, and it's actually more funds per student. So that's kind of the premise, if that makes sense. And so
Vaguely.
yeah. So basically, I understand that not every dollar that comes in on a per student basis is spent on a per student basis, but there's a pretty sizable gap there that I think is worth understanding. And it's, I think, clear that maybe none of us have a complete understanding of exactly how, the different colors of money work. But it became clear, and hopefully Mr. DeGraw can clarify or correct on this, is that there's local contributions, there's federal impact aid that doesn't go to the charter on a per student basis. And then it also appeared to me that correspondence students at best generate revenues that the district uses to provide education to neighborhood schools, and that those funds also don't go to charter schools. And so my calculation was that, like, on a per student basis, that was about 115,000 for 352 students at the charter school, if that makes sense. They're sort of not being served by the revenues generated by BEST, if that makes sense.
Can you do a follow-up?
Follow up, Mr. Dorn?
Okay, particularly on that one, I'll ponder the others. But on that one, they're not at best. So that's not a retention of money. It's not you're presenting it as though the district is gaining this 115,000. But my confusion is, no, they're not. It has nothing to do with the correspondence school, or because they're not going to any correspondence school necessarily at this point. They're in your school.
That's correct, but I think it's been said in this room many times that the district receives revenue for BEST students in excess of what it spends on BEST students. And so it spends that excess on neighborhood students. It does not spend that excess on charter school students, if that makes sense.
But you're suggesting you're going to draw students
No.
out of correspondence in the enrollment projections.
Sorry if I'm being unclear.
Yeah.
No, what I'm trying to say is that
I think it's
if the student,
it's
these 352
I'll
students,
take that
Oh.
and I'll leave it as, I think
Okay.
it's a reach,
okay,
but I'll ponder it.
that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Dorn.
Could
And
I address, you had mentioned something about the
can you
incoming-
state your name real quick?
Yes, my name is Allison Moensen, Mogensen. And the 0 to 4 age population for the West End. So if we look at the zoning that's now U Park and Wood River, which includes the old Pearl Creek, that is. Move closer. Okay. So over the well, I'll just give you one. So for next year, there's supposed to be, with an even distribution, 128 students, incoming kindergarten students, between each of U Park and Wood River. So that would mean that there's 5 classes of 25 kindergartners if all of these students were to enroll. So the population is there. So there is, over the 4 years, there was 1,535 students just in the West End of 0 to 4 population. So there is a need for more numbers in kindergarten.
Can I ask a quick question?
Go ahead, Mr. Dorn.
Okay, I appreciate that, but I'm also looking at I'll put it in my concern is whether you're looking at our demographic changes across the state and then within our borough that
Okay.
don't contradict that, but does not necessarily support that at the same time, because we do have more people of working age who are leaving the state. They may be with children, and they may not be, or they may without children, but we have more, and that's also reflected in our borough. So,
Okay.
as you put that in that context,
Yeah, and I'm just going off of this was from the population density that the district provided last year. Thank you.
All right, we're
Excellent.
going to move on to Mr. Burgess.
Thank you. I feel like we're jumping around so much. I'm not even sure which questions to ask now, but I do share a lot of the concerns that have been raised around the budget and the what seems like incomplete plans in many areas. So I'll go back to SPED. I want to look at, so I think it was asked earlier. Well, actually, let me just preface this with, when we as the district and the board, when the administration is putting together the budget for the whole district wide, it relies on a lot of assumptions, and there's, what could arguably be called guesswork involved. That is just the nature of the beast. There are questions about many expenses from the daily cost of fuel to, you know, contracts and insurance. There's lots of areas where we have to make projections. And sometimes that's with a little bit of math. Sometimes it's with some statistics. There's different ways to do that, but we do it every year. And that's the process that needs to happen on a district level and at a school-wide level. So, when we're talking about what a budget looks like, yes, of course, things can shift over time, but there needs to be a pretty solid plan. I note, for one, that this budget appears to be budgeted down to the last dollar. There doesn't seem to be a whole lot of wiggle room in there. So when we're talking about making those adjustments that might become necessary, I'm wondering where we get it from.
Oh, hello. Okay. Hi. So when we first put together the budget, like for the very first application, I did show a reserve amount. I was told that we needed to budget to the dollar. And that's how the district does it, and that's how we should do it, and that's how Deed said we should do it. We also had it reviewed by the district administration, who gave us feedback on what areas they thought we could improve, or what maybe was a little bit under, what was a little bit over. We also got feedback from Deed and people there who had ran schools and school districts themselves, and what comparatively our budget looked like to those. And so it is very much based on actual schools within the Alaska, schools within this district, school professionals. And I know we didn't provide all the detailed information as far as like every single dollar, but that was not requested. And I did request a template of some kind of what would be best to help you understand what our budget would look like. This was portrayed as what would be best, to have a kind of a higher level and a description. I'd be more than happy to sit down with everybody and
Let me
go through each of them.
clarify my point here, because I understand. Of course, you got to account for every dollar in your budget. That's what making a balanced budget means. What I'm not seeing in here is any sort of savings or emergency account or anything where you're putting something in that can essentially act as a buffer for unanticipated expenses.
Right. So I think one thing that's interesting about budgeting is, like, you have your static costs that you need to have every year. And we know that's personnel, right? Like your personnel, you're hired them, you're committing that whole year of spending that salary. Where we can be flexible in the budget is always services, supplies, equipment, something that you expend throughout a year and you can take back or increase depending on what your needs are during that school year or what unexpected expenses come up. So yeah, like I've done budgeting for the Breadline Soup Kitchen for about 5 years during the pandemic, when we were really struggling for funds, struggling for food, having to look for diversification of funding. This is not new to what a budgeting process is for us, but I'm happy to sit down with you and kind of show you where those cushions are, where we can be flexible, and how that kind of comes out, and whatever format is easiest for you guys to kind of see the whole picture.
Okay, this is funny because I'm like, well, not the budget person, but because of that, I've asked a lot of the same questions. And so, like, I've been like, break it down for me, layman's terms. So I think that might be beneficial for people like me out here. So my understanding was you can, and correct me if I'm wrong, you can roll over 10%. That's the maximum amount you're legally allowed to have an emergency type fund. And so the recommendation was in the areas to build cushion in areas where, like, okay, maybe we didn't spend our whole curriculum budget, and that's okay, because then that will go into that 10% rather than have it as like a specific line, like this is 10% we're not going to spend, because that gives the school a little more flexibility to be able to meet the needs, and then also see we're like, okay, we have some flexibility, and this is great because our goal is to get that up to that 10% to have reserve. So that is how they explained it to me, which made sense. I don't know if that's helpful.
Okay, but to be clear, there's no line item in here that puts anything into an emergency savings, and that's clearly for something like that.
And I don't,
Like we would call it fund balance.
Correct,
Like
yeah.
the
So I-
district has a fund balance.
that's not really something that was provided as what the district and what schools did when they made their budget, is putting in a reserve item.
Okay.
More than happy to kind of add that if that's really necessary.
That's fine. I'll
Okay.
change tack here. So getting down into the budget some more, I want to actually revisit the question about special education, because it was asked earlier, how many SPED students do you think that one teacher would serve? And I don't think we got a clear answer.
Sorry, I didn't hear how many students would that teacher serve. I had heard how many teachers would we have. So again, the average school runs anywhere between 10 and 15% of their population being special education. That could be a range of services from very profound to something not as big as, say, articulation. So it's going to be dependent on what students are there and that percentage. Say we said 10%, it would be roughly 35 students. With one special education teacher and aides to support her, that is a reasonable caseload. Again, that's just kind of off the top of my head. There are other charter
Can I
schools
jump
that.
in?
Sure.
So district-wide, we have 22% of our students on IEPs. Our charter schools, on average, are close to about 20% of their students on IEPs. So at a 20% figure, that puts the number of SPED students that you might be expected to serve at 70.4. And I noticed too, you're talking about using teachers, assistants for SPED. Are these paraprofessionals, SPED trained paraprofessionals?
Yes, and that is common practice at all elementary schools to not only have a teacher, but a SPED aide as well.
Right.
If the caseload is too large.
Right. Okay, so is 70 a reasonable caseload for that?
Again, it depends on if you're talking articulation, that's going to be speech and language pathologists. If you're talking about like math, reading, writing, it would really depend on who the students are and what their needs are, because needs drive services.
Mr.
And I will say too, the national average for special education is much lower, and it is interesting. I do know, as you mentioned, charter schools, or at least one charter school in the Fairbanks district, is much higher than that. So again, I would wait to see what our enrollment looked like, what their needs were, to then develop that.
Mr. Leffler?
And one thing I know that's come up in our discussions on that was like a shared services model with other charter schools, where you have a certain specialty that actually rotates amongst the schools through the week. So I thought that was pretty interesting concept that could happen.
Okay, thank you very much. So I'm going to throw myself in just real quick because I actually have a question for the APC. I want to get this to a point where this board will approve this. I would love to see us work together more. So just because I feel that there's a lot in this that we still need to sit down and talk about, more than a work session with administration and approval. And so my question to you guys would be, would you be willing to waive this approval on the 21st and allow us to sit together one or two more times? Let us really dig into this and really get down to the nitty gritty so that we can get this application into a spot where it is full on collaborative and for this board to sit down with you guys. I just, that's just from me. I just am seeing a lot of open-endedness here, and I would really like to have some finality. And so for me, if we were to waive that approval on the 21st and sit down a couple more times together, I think we could really get to the nitty-gritty of this.
And I think collaboration has been our goal this entire time. So if that's something that you guys are wanting, I think we can ask the APC and get you an answer within the next few days. I can't make that decision by myself, of course. That's a vote that we would want to make sure to have happen. But I do think another work session is clearly warranted, and I think it would be absolutely appropriate. With Mr. Doran's questions about the budget, that we can outline it more in detail, we can present it in more detail, I think is absolutely appropriate.
Mr. Leffler?
I guess just to build on that, yeah, I think we'd want to see a concrete proposal on exactly, how many work sessions and exactly when the vote would occur, and then we could go to the APC.
Ms. Spellman?
one thing that I think is thrilling is that not a single question of yours has centered on the curriculum or student learning. And so I'm like so excited.
Mr. Dorn's
I know-
coming
okay,
with
okay.
them. Mr. Dorn's coming.
Okay, but to me it seems like that signals that that is an exciting part to you, and that the rest can be massaged. The budget stuff, like we need your help working through that too. Like you're the experts. We're excited parents, who have budgeting backgrounds and STEAM backgrounds. So yeah, it's very exciting that you seem to be fully behind a STEAM model for education in our town. So that's cool. That signals awesomeness to me.
Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. I've actually had several members of the board reach out and say they're not quite ready to be done at 9 o'clock. They still have some more questions. In the honor of that board, I would like you to think about what I just put on the table there. I know that was a surprise to you. That was just something that I wanted to put forward. So please think of that. I would like to take a brief 5-minute recess for everyone real quick. And then when we get back, we'll continue with questioning. But my ask of the board would be that if in honor of my question to the APC, if you are in favor of that, state that way the APC has information to go back with, that maybe they could make that choice. So we'll take a brief recess. Thank you.
Could I ask one question?
Oh, yes, Ms. Wood.
So you asked us about waiving the October 21st date.
Yes.
October 21st is not 60 days. The 60 days lands in November. And so I want to make sure that we're clear about what we're asking to waive. Are we asking to waive the proposed date for the vote, or are we asking to waive the 60 days?
The proposed day for the vote, because we have you slated for approval on the 21st, which is a work session with our administration and then a meeting to do the approval or denial of the application. And so I would like to come back to the table with the APC one more time, maybe 2 more times. That is what my want is.
Okay, just wanted to clarify that we're all on the same page.
Yep. Thank you. Okay. With that, we will take a brief recess. All right, we are back from recess and we will continue in with our line of questioning for the Pearl Creek APC. And we left off with Miss Carol Hubbard. You are next in line, and then we'll have Mr. Dorn.
Thank you. Let me dial my brain back in. Hold on. I have I think kind of three questions, and hopefully they can be, three questions, and hopefully they can be sort of short answer questions. The first question is regarding the budget. Have you considered what you might do if you have a minimal number of enrollment? Like you said your minimum number is 151. If you have 152, have you considered what you might do?
That minimal number was in the previous application. The current application is completely based on 352 students.
Well, darn it. All right, then. Cancel that
Not a
one.
short answer.
Thank you. Okay, next question. Sorry. And some of my notes are from a minute ago. So, hold on. Does the charter, you said you talk about using past relationships, and so I'm curious about if the charter has a memorandum of agreement with, say, FNA or some other Indigenous organization that supports your programming.
No, we don't, and that's not current practices at elementary schools to develop MOAs with outside agencies and entities. So they're just kind of informal or formal commitments that we will participate and we will provide this. And again, it's not a formalized process.
Okay, thank you. I'll leave it there for. Well, do you want me to ask my final question?
Go ahead, Ms.
I
Carol.
kind of have one last question. My last question is this. So STEAM happens at a lot of schools, happens all over the school district. I know that the military base has a STEAM program that they work with all these different entities. And as a matter of fact, got an email that, I mean, like it was just every other night something's going on STEAM related all over the whole community. So my question then for your APC is, what's different?
Yeah, I have been running STEAM programming in pretty much every school in this district for the past 15 years. And what is different is when you have a group of like-minded teachers, like at the other schools, there's like, a few teachers that are really into it. Like, got to go into Miss Miner's class the other, like we go into teachers' classrooms who are very excited. But when you bring together a group of teachers that have a commitment toward the entire mindset of STEAM, then you increase the potential for that model to truly be implemented at a school-wide level. So I lay in my bed at night and there's a lot of great teachers that do STEAM in our school district. And, like Morgan, Miss Dooley, I should say, is excited about like, this should be in all schools. And it is at the teacher level. But when it is a top-down forcing, there's a lot of teachers that just don't think that is a priority or don't care about that model. And when you provide specific professional development for your teachers, and when you have all these like-minded teachers in the same room together, that's really when the benefits can be maximized of this model. So
Maybe I could add too. Again, oftentimes STEAM activities do happen in a lot of amazing classrooms. As like, this is our science time. We're going to spend these 45 minutes and look into how birch trees grow. But this is a different concept. This is a problem of practice, a real world problem that we'll spend all year exploring. So if you will, the problem is the trunk of the tree, and every lesson or every branch of this tree is connected to that. And so, again, really going deep to develop those critical thinking skills is what's different about this versus STEM activities done at other schools. And that's not to minimize those STEM activities that are being done at other schools. There are amazing teachers and amazing schools here in the district, but this is just a different approach.
Just like to thank you for pointing out that it is growing and there's a lot of interest and excitement around it, which is why we believe a school that's solely focused on it will have really good enrollment numbers and excitement from the community.
Okay, we will move to Mr. Dorn.
Okay, a couple of quick follow-ups before I get to the, but we put out the question of when is the due date? So I think, Dr. Minot, you have a date that right now, under this 60-day window would be,
Yeah, under this 60-day window, it's November 17th.
so with that said, I think what's important is we have plenty of time. And I think to your, Ms. Burnett, your suggestion, I mean, certainly I think I resonate with it in terms of saying, how do we get this done? How do we get there? That we have time, and just in terms of order and planning, you can think of that, is we don't need to take official action. We just don't schedule it on, we have time to do that. I would just put in the hopper that if the 17th is the due date, that as we go on, consider the 18th at minimum, because many of us will be coming back from Anchorage, several of us on Monday the 17th from the State School Boards Conference. So just putting that on the hopper.
Thank you,
We have
Mr. Dorn.
time to work those out. Follow up to Scour Harvard's question on enrollment. What is your cap? As we go through, we hear, okay, it's 352, but you're going to add a class a year, and then in your application that you might add new grades options. But what's your cap?
Sure. So we plan to chart the course, sort of with input from the community, whether we grow to fill, to the maximum of K through 6, in which case it would be 3 classes per grade. And I think it's like in the high 400s total enrollment. And then there's a slightly lower enrollment scenario where we grow to K through 8. And basically some classes are 2 classrooms, and those classrooms, move through the grades. And then there might be years where there's 3 classrooms. So I think 3 of the 9 grades would be 3 classroom grades, and that would sort of rotate through the school as the kids progress. And I think that was closer to like 468. Okay. So those are 2 scenarios that we'll chart which of those courses we're on with input from the parents.
Okay, I would suggest that you make that clear, because it's very different if we're fronting a 352 student school or a near 500 student school. Cost-wise, and especially because this is a 10-year, if it all goes, it's a 10-year, just for the first one. I'm looking sustainability for 20 years and your commitments for 20 years or more.
Yes.
So,
And if I may, and this is something we've talked about, knowing that right now there's not the appetite for a very large school. But we really hope this is part of a proactive approach to growing enrollment, and that the reality of 10 years from now may be very different. And so, of course, that will be a factor in how we
right,
grow.
that would have a great impact on the application, I would suggest.
And that's just, I want to specify again, that is the growth model from bottom up. That is to help capture more people when they're entering the school district. I think that's going to be the best way to bring enrollment up, is right off the bat when a parent's like, okay, my kid's starting kindergarten, what are my options? Having more options so they choose to stay in district. And you spoke earlier, your concerns with the population decline, and yet we have to keep in mind the percentage of people utilizing homeschools outside of our district. So there is still a large population that we need to get back in the district.
Okay, I don't want to belabor it now, because I will go to a curriculum question before what I was going to do, but it is really important. You're not talking about a 352 school. You are talking about a much larger school. And that's something that needs to be factored in the conversation. So I'll go to one of my curriculum questions. Oh, there are lots. But one of them tonight, just the question of why STEAM. And just, you've done a lot of research. I know your background on some of that. But is it not also true that STEAM itself, do you know if there's any research out there, STEAM versus other foci, in that there are lots of schools across the nation and schools that are in our district, when they organize around a common and the school teams work together, that school community works together on a common cause. That is the thing. It's not whether it's STEAM or whether it's art or whether it's indigenous culture or whether it's whatever it might be, or Black culture. I mean, I'm talking across the state, whether it's technology, engineering specifically, whatever. It's having a focus and coming along together, and it doesn't have to be. And it's a common, when we look at effective schools, and I'm assuming that's been part of your research, is when a school coalesces around a common. It doesn't have to be a noted theme, but it's a common cause for their school community. That's what makes the difference.
Yeah. And yes, like the common focus is a really important rallying point, and you can thrive in any. However, in the borough economic development plan, the commitment that the school district made was specifically the main contribution that the school district is called out for in our economic plan is STEM. And so we could rally around a lot of different things, but we chose the one that Fairbanks has identified as the economic growth point that they want the school district to contribute to. So, yeah. So you can have a good education doing any sort of focus for sure. And when in those studies, it's STEAM versus standard delivery, right? So that's the control group. It's not STEAM versus like a social studies oriented school. But we chose that because it was called out as the thing that the district was called to contribute to in our economic growth for our town.
Okay, interesting. Follow up with that, or related to it, is the student achievement is based on STAR, the Alaska STAR science exam. How do you know that test correlates with what you're teaching? Do you know what's on the test?
Well, no educator should know what's on the test because we're not allowed to look at it.
Thank you.
But it is based on science standards. And so, again, just like you would in a neighborhood school, it's sometimes hard to compare students just with one data point. But when we look at students' data year after year, we can start to make determinations like this is working or not working. Or, maybe that student had a bad testing date. When we can create as many data points as possible, that will help us see the picture of the student, which is why we included other, like the measures of academic progress, unit tests. We know that not one thing makes up a student's achievement. But that is one indicator that could show us growth if we looked at it in at least 2 years worth of data. Or I guess we could get their data from previous years and their past schools.
Follow up and then I'll pause.
Follow up,
Okay.
Mr. Dorn.
I would ask that you, and as we get into further discussion on curriculum and then the evaluation of that, you hit the point nail on the head. We do not know what is on the test. We do not know whether it's asking in ways that are drawing the knowledge that you expect to bring out in students, the skills you're looking to develop. And that's something, when you look at your evaluation model, you'll want to consider, especially with the efforts that you're putting up front to try and get to diversity. And the fact that our own Commissioner of Education, State Commissioner of Education, has said that there's only one identified group, possibly a second, that are expected to do better on those tests. And when we talk about low socioeconomic students with special needs, and there are a couple other categories that she specifically said are not expected to do well on those tests. So when we look at those things, I would be looking at evaluations that actually address your curriculum.
Yeah, critical thinking was one of the skills that that is emphasized in the assessment, and there are standard scales for
Which
measuring.
assessment?
Well, on the slide, on Shauna's slide for assessments. So there, some of the tools of my research that's been done in this school district are direct measures of critical thinking ability, and so we can utilize some of those other standard tools for measuring things that the standardized tests don't measure.
Thank you. We'll continue the conversation on curriculum.
Hold on. I think I lost my place. Nope. Okay, I found it. Miss Maple.
Just to speak to what came up right before the break, I would like to hear from the administration next week as scheduled, and then at that point allow the board to determine if more work sessions are needed. But before hearing from the administration having that work session, I think it would be a mistake to make any changes to what we already have mapped out, especially with all of us traveling for the school board at the beginning of November, which is when it would push all of this to. So I would like, if there's support for that, I would like to have this session next week, and then if there's interest in changing the agenda for that following meeting to allow for another work session, have that conversation at that time.
Okay. Thank you, Miss Maple. Anything for the APC? Okay. We will move to Mr. Burgess.
Thank you. And to speak to that, I appreciate that idea from Ms. Maple. I also would be interested in hearing what legal has to say about pushing things back too far, if we're going to go past the November 17th. To get back to a budget question. And it might also be a curriculum question. I'm not sure. The section titled Services includes outdoor and indoor maintenance, which makes sense that it would fit there. Student travel at 40,000. That makes sense in services. Facilities cost is in there. Curriculum is under services. And the note in here says curriculum budget is set at $200,000, which will fund approximately 333 STEAM-specific curriculum packages as estimated by STEAM-focused vendors. So are you, so I guess, there's curriculum in here of a sort, but is this saying that you're planning to purchase curriculum as a service, and what does that look like?
So the Open Up curriculum that was referenced in the slideshow does cost money. So it's roughly around, we anticipate $15,000. It's actually $10,000 K5, but since we're going K6, it's going to be an additional cost. So around $15,000 for reading, and the same is true for math. So we have about $30,000 of costs just for that math and reading curriculum. There's some smaller costs with Heggerty and UFly, although some UFly can be found free online. So we just know that we'll have some costs. I don't know if that answers your question or not, but we anticipate there'll be more curriculum needs, and that's why there is that buffer. But I think that also goes back to that question you said, or do you have some squishiness, if you will, with some of the numbers that are on here? And with curriculum, I don't anticipate spending $200,000, but again, there might be costs that we haven't thought of that I want to have that buffer in there for. So I don't know if that answers that question, previous question, but also answers what you just asked.
It helps a little bit. So that number, if I'm understanding your answer, that number is arbitrary. and you don't expect to spend that much on
It's not
curriculum.
arbitrary, no. I think, do you want to speak to this? Yeah.
Hello, Jennifer. Redmond. So yes, the services is based on the curriculum is estimate of what we could spend, and if we need more, it's there. If we need less, then it's also going to be used as a buffer. Like I said, like the personnel cost is going to be a static cost. We know that's going to be there. If we need any squishiness, we'll need it in supplies and equipment. And then, you know, we'll have to look at what's best for cost. There's certain federal and state standards for procurement for any contract that we'll have to do bidding, we'll have to do analysis, we'll have to see what's best for the taxpayer dollar. So this, yes, this is a based on actuals. It's also based on what we could possibly spend to the maximum and also what we could possibly take back if we absolutely need to. So.
Okay, so I guess that answers part of the question, but what is a curriculum package? What exactly are you buying when you buy a curriculum package? And is it different from the curriculum that you've written in the application? Or does
So-
it supersede it? Does it replace it? How are they related?
So, as I mentioned, there's curriculum that we've created, we've written, but also there's some pieces that are foundational skills in math and reading that we want to ensure every kid is getting. So, in that sense, we have mentioned we would like to purchase open up curriculum. Curriculum does come in a package in the sense it's just not the teacher's manual. Oftentimes, it comes with workbooks for students to use, or maybe an online app that a student might use. So, a curriculum package is more than just like the teacher's manual. It might be for math, for example, it could be pattern blocks if you need them. It could be attribute blocks. So, anything that you would need in order for that curriculum to be successful.
Okay. Thank you. And so there's also under supplies, there's a line item for curriculum at $113,500. Can you break that apart for me? What's the difference between curriculum as a service and curriculum as a supply?
So, in my mind, if we're going to use Petri dishes to examine germs on our hands, then that would be a curriculum supply. So, you're not being sent that with your math program. That would be an outside cost. Or if you're going to use pipettes to put different colored water in to examine how plants, you know, take up different water colors, that's going to be a different cost. Those are the curriculum. So it's different than the package. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. Thank you. And then I guess my final question on this, if I may, why 333?
So that was based on estimates of what like curriculum packages would cost, what supplies would cost, on what we can find as far as estimates online. Until we start doing that bidding process, we won't know actuals, but it's a robust number that a lot of the people at D, people who ran school districts in the Alaska and who have run schools said that was a appropriate amount of money for and to estimate for that those costs for curriculum.
Okay.
So.
Put me back in.
I will put you back in. Thank you, Mr. Burgess. Miss Julian.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm going to also focus on the budget, but this time I'm going to look at not necessarily what's in the application, but what was put on the slide deck. So this would go to you, Mr. Leffler. Are you saying that the total initial cost to the district is $2.15 million?
I'm saying that 2.15 million is what I see as duplicative cost. So the cost of teachers that were already at the borough or at the school district moving to the charter school is not a duplicative cost. That essentially cost is following students. You were going to bear that cost if the charter were not approved.
Okay. And we did talk a little bit about the allocation. So I have I've been doing I have a ton of notes right here, but the cost though to the district is also based on a charter allocation, and that is based in formula.
Correct. That's 4 million with the one-time funding. It'll be a little less without the one-time funding.
And you're suggesting that 2.15 million of that is duplicative.
That's what I see, yes.
Can you say that in other words? What does duplicative mean to you? And how would we absorb those costs otherwise?
Yep. So those are new costs that exist only because the charter exists.
Mhm.
And I'm making the case that they are offset in part by new revenues and by retained funds. And that's where I finish with the sort of 830,000 net cost to the district, the sort of net investment made at the expense of a budget absent a charter school.
And are you also looking, though, at the 4%?
That's
That-
included in that.
But you've also stated that that's not enough, and you know that that's not enough, and you want to work towards getting to a number that's more fair.
I don't know that that's not enough, but it has been said many times that it's not enough, and so if that is the case, and there's a strong case for that, then we would advocate, or I would advocate for a higher, a fair overhead rate.
Okay. And then I also have a follow-up question, not with that, but a new question on enrollment.
Go ahead, Miss Julian.
Okay. So thank you for outlining. I'm just kind of looking at the way in which I'm curious as to how one thing that was said tonight, it was actually at the beginning of the presentation. Lowering class sizes is not going to drive enrollment. That was stated. However, we know that that is the rallying call of our educators, of our parents, lower class sizes, and it will drive us back. I know that you know that because you've set your class sizes at 18, 22, and 24, below what we are able to provide neighborhood students. Talk to me a little bit about, so to Mr. Doran's point, thank you so much for recognizing that we're not, what is being presented to us in this package is not a 350 student school. It's a 350 student school on year one with a ramp that goes like this. No other charter school in our district has an enrollment over 200. There's only 70 independent families who are on those wait lists if you look at all of them combined. When I'm looking at this number, you have different points of entry, and I also recognize that kindergarten is going to be where you grow. So what I heard tonight, just help me understand, is that we have 3 kindergarten classes at 18 students each. We have 3 first grade classes at 22 students each. Okay, so if you add them all up, you have 54 kindergartners, and then you're going to move into 66 first graders. But then what you're doing is then you're going to 44 second graders. So walk me through how this growth works and how you're not leaving it so that students, there's not a space for a student as they're moving up in a grade, and walk me through why it seems like you're making it really difficult for yourself from an administrative level to accommodate these different jumps midway through. We see it the other charters, they're sticking to a class size and that's it. And you have your group and it goes on. I like the fact that there's more going to be mixing in grades. I think that's a positive that I see. In other charter schools, I see a very big detriment to the fact that there's one group of students and they stick together and they are not mixing. And you get that up to 8th grade and there's problems. So I like the fact that you're thinking of this, but just help me understand a little bit about how this actually plays out, because we're talking pretty quickly about a ramp up to cap. And I don't want to, and that needs to be stated, that you are not asking for a 350 student charter school. You're asking for a school that gets to a cap that doesn't push any kids out. And I'm looking at that first grade class of 66 kids. how are you going to accommodate that and pay for it? Because then the cost to the district, that's an ongoing additional ask of the district every single year. And that's unique to what you're asking for versus what other charter applications have asked for.
I guess I would just start by saying we were asked to give a very concrete number in order to put our application in from the administration of this district. And then Christina went through and did an analysis of the different class sizes and the classrooms to make this all work.
So, yeah, I think this will probably a few of us will chime in on this. This is a big question. There's a lot of, yeah, different parts to it. So, you're describing it as like this really intense, steep climb, but it's essentially like adding 22 students a year. So it's not like it's quite a bit, but they're coming in at kindergarten, and then there's a couple openings in third grade. It like rolls with, so you have a couple openings that roll. Sorry, go ahead.
You have openings at first grade because you're going from 54 to 66 total. And then you're also going at third grade and fourth grade, you're bumping up again.
Yeah.
And so, and I do want to say, because language matters, 22 additional students every year until you hit a max is a very steep curve when you consider that we have talked to other charter schools about expanding their enrollment. And thank you for quoting me, whoever quoted me tonight. I did say that because we have successful charter models that have said that they're not able to scale up. So the scale up model that you have put forward is very aggressive. And I think that it's important. Yeah, 22 students, that's a lot of students when you consider that you've built it in over time. And I just need to understand, because what we're actually approving is when you get to your max. No, we're not, and thank you, of course you need to put your numbers in. We need a budget. We have to put numbers in. But what you're asking for is not a school. You're asking for a school of 352 and as an increase, more money. We're talking about money here. More money every year. And that's what's very different than other applications that have been considered in the past.
Yeah. And so those are great points, Morgan. And that's very intentional on our part because we're really committed to trying to help bring people back into the district. And if the board finds that concerning and they don't think that's a good plan, that was our main reason in doing that, was we believe people enter at kindergarten, as I've already said. So allowing another option at that point of entry into our district seems like a really good idea. Also, a clarifying question for you. You said there's only 70 independent families on the charter wait list. Is that families or students?
That is actually students. So if you look at the ones that are duplicative on all of the different wait lists, those are students. And so when you say that you want to increase enrollment to the district overall, you cannot prioritize out of district enrollment. Okay? You can't. We have seen we have stood up 6 charters, 6 schools of choice, actually, 6 schools of choice since in the last 20 years. Enrollment has continued to go down. So that's a great goal. That is like the goal that we all need, because enrollment, the difference between balancing a budget for a nonprofit is that you can pull a lever on revenue. You can't pull a revenue lever very easily when you're working on a school budget. And that is a tangible, incredibly important distinction to make. The only one that you can really pull is that enrollment. So we can say this is the magic pill for enrollment, but others have said that too, and it hasn't been. So, and you cannot prioritize out of district enrollment.
Right, but we can get data which is clearly showing a high interest rate from that population, specifically for the STEAM school. So I think we can confidently like based on the data and the surveys we've done, and we've done two now based on STEAM schools, there is a lot of interest from the homeschool population in this type of school. And so it seems like, no, this isn't going to be the big fix, but we need to do multiple things to bring enrollment up, and we think we can be a part of the solution.
So I need to hear about the plan of what you're planning on. How are you going to increase? Because you're right now, you're going from 66 first graders to 44 second graders. How are you accommodating those kids?
And just to clarify too, this new plan doesn't bring our building to capacity. That was the original application. It brings it to like 460 under one model, around 480 on the other. But Ben, do you want to discuss how that rollover works with bringing
Sure.
children?
So we add a second, so we'll have 3 second grade classrooms in the second year, and we'll have 3 third grade classrooms in the third year. That's going to get tricky to keep track of numbers, but the 3 classrooms of kindergartners exist in every grade. There will be 3 classrooms for those kids as they progress through the grades. And as you pointed, there will be, for first grade, there will be 12 open spots, assuming 100% retention, and that is a point of entry. And then in third grade, there will be, again, some open spots for kids to get into the school. Yeah.
If I can have a follow-up. So then is your plan for the next 6 years consecutively to increase a teacher, an FTE teacher, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? You're going to increase for the next 6 years.
For the next 4 years, yes.
You're going up to 6th grade though.
Yeah, but we won't add a new kindergarten or new first grade. Those will stay
Okay.
at 3. And eventually there will be 3 of each of K through 6. So it would be 21 classrooms. Or sorry, 21 classrooms.
Yeah. No. I mean, I thank you for doing this. So you're going to add a second grade teacher, a third grade teacher, a fourth grade teacher, a fifth grade teacher, and then a 6th grade teacher. So 5.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah. No, thanks. I'm glad that we're doing this.
Miss Julian, can I put you back in the queue? I have lots of other people waiting. Thank you.
Comment too.
Miss
quickly?
Henderson, yes.
From an administrative perspective, hiring on a teacher last minute, again, is fairly normal practice. Our school numbers will jump up or even drop down, and we need to quickly pivot and make those staffing decisions. So I think at one point you were kind of mentioning or maybe my interpretation was like, could that be hard? And I feel like it's within the scope of what we already do. And then I kind of go back to this and innovation, which is, yes, this might be what's considered an aggressive plan, but I feel like what we're doing in terms of our district, I feel like we're missing something, right? We just lost 300 kids. So maybe, right, this could work. What if we could bring them back? And so I feel like the time is now, the time is right. Because I feel like what we are doing, we're losing folks. And I don't want that to continue to happen. I want this to be a vital, vibrant school district, and I want to be a part of it.
Thank you very much. We've got Miss Carol Hubbard, then Mr. Dorn, then Mr. Burgess. Miss Carol Hubbard, go ahead.
I lost the plot. I have no idea what I wanted, but I do want to ask a question. And I don't mean to sound negative. It's going to sound negative. But are you aware that our school closures and our consolidation had to do with enrollment loss? And I'd like to know from possibly Dr. Meinert how many students we lost this year to out migration of Alaska. How many students left?
I don't have that number on the top of my head, but it was a significant amount of students that we lost this year did move out of Alaska. And to Mr. Dorn's point earlier in the conversation, the FEDC has good data around that. It shows the most significant loss is between our 0 and 10-year-old students. And so that younger grade levels is where we're seeing the most significant movement outside of the state of Alaska.
Okay.
And I could follow up that Pearl Creek lost population when we moved 6th grade to the middle school. We did not lose population after those kids were removed. So we stayed the same.
So, if I can ask, I apologize, Miss Henderson, but if we could make sure that everyone is recognized, yeah, I apologize. We just don't allow board members or people to just interact. So, I appreciate the conversation here, but I'd like to keep it orderly. So I apologize, but
So do I need to state their name or could you
if
suggest
you would
how-
like to reply, just hold up your hand and I will see you and I will give you the floor. So, okay. Next we have, what was that? Sorry. Oh, next we have Mr. Dorn.
Okay, thank you. Just want to observe that on those numbers, K6, we'd be at 5.6, you'd be at 516. So we're talking a 500 student plus school. Quick curriculum question with Open Up, and in your presentation, it talks about the curriculum, but then you've also talked about that you're doing your own curriculum. So would that be a waiver to, and I'm assuming Open Up is not a curriculum, that it's materials, like most other programs, materials, they're not the curriculum. So are you creating your own material where you'd get a waiver from the district curriculum? Or are you using the district curriculum and these materials are, you've already checked to say that they're aligned with the district curriculum? I'm confused on that.
So we would not be using the district adopted curriculum. We would be using the Open Up resources. And it is called Curriculum Online, but you're right, it is materials.
Right.
Yes.
So what is the curriculum you're using?
So we in Appendix F have the whole scope and sequence, which highlights what each grade, the standards and what it's aligned to. So you're welcome to take a deeper dive. I think there's many pages in there that kind of outline that.
Okay. Okay. Um, I have a staffing question and something for you to consider as we continue with the conversation. Staffing, just so I know, in the application, you have 10 teachers who have indicated interest, not commitments, but interest at this point. You have 16 teachers that you're providing for. I want to know what your plan is in terms of attracting the additional teachers to that. And with that also, you'd be the only charter school that has dedicated counselor, music teacher, PE teacher, librarian, we just listed it as a teacher position. How are you going to, how can you do that within your budget that other charter schools have not been able to? So that's my staffing questions.
Yeah, good question. So we do have a larger school, as you guys have pointed out, than other charter schools. So that has given us more revenue to decide how we want to prioritize our funding. And we really want to focus on our teachers. That's probably the key to our school, key to most schools. But so that's kind of how we've been able to have that larger staffing presence. Yeah, I think that's it's just our budget's going to be based on our priorities and what our goals are for the school. So yeah.
I may one.
One more, Mr. Dorn.
And to the administration for next week, if you could address on slide 46, the duplicative costs, I find those quite concerning and I think misleading. But so if we can get some better clarification, you've said these are numbers that you based on that. So my question for you to not answer tonight, and because I think this is a great conversation and it's one we'll have, but you've also brought it up in that this charter school conversation at this, or a charter school conversation at this time is very different than it has been in the past. Although some of the very same questions are there. What's the impact on the budget? Because that charter school amount comes off our budget at the top. So that impacts greatly. It's also, and part of these conversations, I think, are helpful not only for us as a board, but our community. This is the first time that I've seen and heard, if you want, opposition to a charter school. Not the ideas, not the intent. You know, I think people are excited about the conversations, and you've raised tremendous things that I'm hoping everybody in every school community is talking. Oh yeah, what do we do that keeps us excited and keeps us focused, and et cetera, and how we benefit kids. But I am concerned. How do we, so this doesn't become and you guys have said it constantly, it's a mantra of yours. We want to do this together. We want to benefit the whole community, and a lot of your things in attracting those things. I am concerned as we work through this that it is a unifying thing and that does spur that creativity, that growth, that community involvement. But that's different, just something that I have not heard in the previous 6 conversations about charter schools. So I just say, think about it. I would caution, don't address it tonight, but think as we go through. And part of our going through this conversation does help make the case not only for the board that we have to eventually make a decision, but for the community. So it's understood and accepted across the way. It's kind of how do we get there in a good way? So.
Ms. Redmond?
I'm going to not address the question because you asked us not to, but I just want to kind of point out sort of like a climate that we live in right now. Right now, things are changing. We don't know what's going to happen sometimes day to day. One thing we do know is that the federal climate has changed towards a positive direction towards charters very specifically. The grant that typically comes out that may be even larger is about $1 million a year for every 5 years. This charter is very intentionally put in a lot of collaborative efforts, not only to bring in teachers and train them and give them credit for coming to the school, which would grow our own and create a pipeline for teachers, but also we have talked about having our grants team actually put forth grants and having a sister school where we bring in funding, not just to enrich our school, but all schools during these difficult budget times. So while it's not in our budget, we can't put it in our budget until it's a school. But we have a lot of really wonderful ideas and a lot of infrastructure in place and professionals that are willing to put forth that effort to ensure our district doesn't suffer further. And I think that's something that just needs to be brought up about how charters are coming around as a positive funding source right now.
Short follow-up.
Short, Mr. Dorn.
All right. I know young people, young families are looking for choice. Okay. I just put out, I don't care about the federal government. We don't know what the federal, there's just too much uncertainty. But think in terms of the talking points to our community. So I think that's what you're trying to build that broader base, and it shows through your application. So just be thinking about those talking points to our community,
Thank you, Mr. Doran. Okay, so we've got Mr. Burgess in the queue, and I'm going to end things with Mr. Burgess tonight. I am a firm believer that nothing good happens after 10 p.m. So, in honor of it getting close to 10 p.m., Mr. Burgess, if you can go ahead with your questions, and then we will wrap up for the evening.
Thank you. All right. First, just a comment. I wanted to point out something that was said earlier. Ms. Carol Hubbard had mentioned a minimum number of students that was stated in the application, and Ms. Turman said that was the previous application. It's on page 19 at the bottom of the page. It has the range of 150 to 468. So maybe it's not supposed to be there, but it's in the application that we are supposed to be reviewing, that is supposed to be the plan. Okay. This might be more of a comment or really a question that maybe administration could address. But when we were talking about the and it doesn't have to be tonight. When we're talking about the growth, the plan to grow the school, to add grades, it occurred to me that that requires teachers, of course. So I'm concerned that there might be disruption to the district, essentially teachers going to the charter every year, as well as uncertainty for enrollment for our other schools if you're drawing students from them with that growth model. So that's really more of a comment, something that I'd like to explore a little bit more. And it is a concern of mine as well that your grade bands have different class sizes, which means you're relying on students who may already be established at other schools to be willing to transfer. Not saying that that's unlikely, but just it is something that I noted. But to get to a question, though, we've talked a lot about, and you know, I do have questions on curriculum, but if we're ending, I don't have time to get to them, so I'll table those for now. But we talk a lot about, you know, this desire to collaborate with each other. I think that's great. You know, we obviously, that's something that we all want to do across the whole district. And so my question is, when we talk about the plans to make plans for nutrition, for transportation, what collaboration has been done already? I heard in your presentation that part of the transportation might include working with Migrant Ed for transportation from certain hubs. How has that conversation with our Migrant Ed program been going? What have you learned from them about what is possible? And same thing for the director of our transportation, Ryan Hinton, if you've met with him and gotten any questions about what's possible right now. And nutrition services would be the other one. So I'm just curious what in the past, 8-9 months that you've been working on this charter application, what have you learned from our administration on those possibilities?
I can speak towards transportation. I definitely put in a lot of calls. Meredith brought these points up, and it was very clear that like it's not just a funding issue. It's like employers and actually getting bus drivers and whatnot. So, been doing a lot of work looking at other contractors and other like bus services in town that could offer busing, since it seems like the school district's busing is like at capacity and like struggling. And so it's been looking more at like, okay, are there even other options that can be certified and like legally can drive students? And so we've done some research in that regard. But again, like it's that weird stall out where it's hard to make too many finalized plans when you don't know how many people need transportation. You're still a hypothetical school. So we're kind of in like a little bit of hurry up and wait when it comes to that. But as far as transportation, yeah, what we learned from the district was it's going to be tough right now to work directly with the district's transportation. So we're looking at other ideas.
I can,
Oh, go ahead, Ms.
I can
Sanderson.
speak to nutrition services. So I've reached out to other charter schools to see how they've tackled students who have lunch needs, and it's been pretty varied. Probably my next step would be to contact nutrition services downtown and see what they're able to provide, see if we could work together. Again, it's kind of one of those situations of like trying to plan enough, but not too much, because again, we don't know those anticipated numbers as of right now.
Anything further, Mr. Burgess? No?
I'll just say that, you know, that conceptually, I really appreciate the idea of a STEAM school. And I think there's no doubt that there's been a lot of passion and work put into all of this. So I just, you know, if we're going to do it, I think everyone wants to make sure that it's successful. And so, you know, please just understand that that's where the questions are coming from.
Go ahead, Ms. Turman.
I appreciate that, Bobby. And I guess it seems like a lot of the concerns, at least that I'm hearing tonight, like they're not surprising because they come from this place of, as I kind of started the conversation, like we realize we're pushing the limits. Like we we are trying to open a charter that's unlike a charter that's been open before. And so that there is a lot of room in this application where people are like, how is that going to work? Because it hasn't been done, if that makes sense. And so I acknowledge that, and like but we are super motivated and excited to find real solutions. And we've done as much work as I feel like we can up until this point without actually being established. And that might be part of the partnership too, is like once we are established, then we're not withheld by the 60 days and like all these then it's like, okay, it's go time. And so yeah, we're excited. And I guess I just want to acknowledge that a lot of the questions stem from us attempting to do something that maybe hasn't been done. And so like, I think you asked him earlier about like, well, there's no money for transportation and you're talking about it. And that's because in the application you have before you, we're utilizing the same transportation policy other district or other charters in our district are using, because we're advised that's the only thing we can do at this point, if that makes sense. So we're just like at a little bit of a standstill to be able to answer some of these questions in more detail. Like, we have to be approved to really get to that point. So anyways, we realize like it's a big thing and we're trying to do something that hasn't been done, but we're super excited and ready to do the work. So
Thanks. I'm sorry, I did have one question that I almost
Mr.
missed.
Burgess.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
15
You go
minutes
ahead.
before 10.
Go for it.
So
And
corrigible.
that was about, and I'm not gonna remember where this is in the application or but there was something in there about teachers and staff and professional development that they would go through the district's professional development, and you also would have, I think, 3 additional days for STEAM-specific professional development. And I'm wondering how that works with union contracts and logistically with the time that would be required. Are we having subs in the class on those days? How does that work when teachers don't have those contract days for professional development?
So my understanding of charter schools is that there are some district-wide professional development that really is important for you to attend. And there's some, for example, in regards to the curriculum or the iReady that wouldn't connect to what we're doing. And so having that flexibility to be like, okay, we're going to spend these 2 days that maybe the district would spend on iReady training, and we're going to do these really deep STEAM focused professional development. So it's not adding any additional days on, if that makes sense.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Burgess. Anything further from you guys in the APC, Ms. Wood, Mr. Leffler, Ms. Turman, that you would like to leave the board with before we wrap up for the evening?
I would just say that our objective is to collaborate to make this a reality so it can be part of the strategic plan moving forward. We are excited and we are motivated, and we are backed by hundreds of hours of functional volunteer work that is wanting to help you guys be successful in your strategic plan. We are wanting to help you be successful in accomplishing the goals that the borough has set forth for you. So let us help and collaborate as we move forward in order to make this happen for Fairbanks.
Mr. Leffler?
I just have I guess a clerical question. If we have, there were several things I took notes on that like maybe some clarification was requested. How should those be submitted and when?
Yeah, absolutely. And I was actually just going to give some direction to the board too, if they had more questions and such. From my understanding, we do have an administration team. And so if you guys on your notes would like to pass information to the board, if they could just go through the administration team and they will get it to the board, and then vice versa. Board, if you guys have more questions remaining for the APC that you would like before we meet with admin next Monday, please get those questions to Dr. Miner or Ms. Gillum, and we can get those to the APC and get things answered before we meet with admin on Monday. All right. Thank you so much, you guys, for being here and for tolerating the onslaught from the board. We really appreciate you answering our questions and bringing forward in all the hours. It has not gone past me the amount of time that has gone into this. So it's much appreciated. And with that, we are adjourned for the evening. Thank you.